Welcome back to day 2 of Dilli series Sea-Power Seminar. On day 1, the Indian Naval Academy witnessed some of the finest maritime experts in the country. With the opening address by Vice Admiral C.R. Praveen Nair, Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, the seminar picked up the requisite impetus. Then followed the keynote address by the Chief of Naval Staff himself, followed by eminent speakers who shared with us a treasure trove of knowledge on the topic Harnessing Sea Power for National Security. The complex interplay of global affairs and influence of sea power extends far beyond military might as it blends into the realms of economics, trade, and geopolitics. Sea power helps in enhancing the ability of nations to control maritime resources and trade routes with a profound impact on international relations. History is replete with examples of nations and empires creating motifs of control and access to sea routes to gain economic prosperity. Pax Britannica is one such example that demonstrates the impact of sea power on global geoeconomics. As the men and women who are to play a role in changing geoeconomics, we must pay close attention to the following session on the theme Impact of Sea Power on Geoeconomics, comprising a total of 3 talks by Midshipman Syndicate, Rear Admiral Sudarshan Srikhande, and Sri Nitin Pai, followed by a question and answer session. To commence the proceedings of the session, we have a chairperson who aptly embodies the disposition of the phase Scholar Warrior. I have the honor of introducing Vice Admiral Anup Singh. May I now request Vice Admiral Anup Singh to join us on stage. Four decades after joining the third course Naval Academy, Vice Admiral Anup Singh superannuated on 31st October 2011 as the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Naval Command. During his career, he commanded 4 warships, INS Matanga, INS Veer, INS Ranveer, and INS Delhi. In case of INS Veer and INS Delhi, he was also the commissioning commanding officer. His last sea assignment was that of Flag Officer commanding Western Fleet, during which tenure he led Operation Sukoon, the evacuation of civilians from war-torn Lebanon in July 2006. A sailing enthusiast from his training days, he remained active on the RNSA Dinghy, the CBK, and later the Enterprise on its induction. He was the commissioning sailing master of the first square-rigged vessel, Varuna, of the Sea Cadet Corps. In 1981, Vice Admiral Anup Singh won the bronze in Seabird class during the Asian Regatta in Mumbai. In 1989, he skippered the naval yacht Samudra for her Pacific crossing during her round-the-world voyage. After superannuation, he has been pursuing research on geopolitical and maritime issues. The Admiral is visiting faculty at the National Defense College and the Foreign Services Institute, New Delhi. He is associated with various think tanks and institutions in an honorary capacity as Member, Executive Council, IDSA, Member, Board of Armed Forces Historical Research, USI, Member, Eminent Persons Group of Ministry of External Affairs on India-Indonesia Relations, Director, Strategic Affairs at the Society for Indian Ocean Studies, Managing Editor of the Journal of Indian Ocean Studies, Visiting Fellow, Vivekananda International Foundation, Member, Editorial Boards of Indian Defense Review and India Strategic. He is also advisor with the Indian Navy. At this juncture, to formally begin our webinar, I would like to give the floor to Vice Admiral Anup Singh. Sir, I request you to take over the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, a very good morning, and may I say good morning? Yeah, much, much better than the first day that I spoke to you. Good. That should keep everyone awake. All right. This is an interesting session because the spread starts from midshipmen of the INA, as it should be. They set the stage, they set the pace with the evolution of technologies from World War II to present-day conflicts and the role of harnessing sea power. Now, I am not going into a preamble. I will leave that to the time that has been allotted for the Q&A, which is, I think, in a center of excellence like this, is the most important portion of a seminar. We must value that interaction. Let's see how Q&A progresses in after each speaker. And finally, I will use some time for summing up. The second speaker, as you are all aware, is going to be Rear Admiral Sudarshan Shri Khande. I will introduce him just before his talk. And the third one is by Shri Nitin Pai, who is known to you because he's been to the Naval Academy for a talk earlier. Let me therefore start off with some introduction of the first session. Midshipman Sumit Bijalwan served as a squadron cadet captain in his 7th term. He was part of the Academy's hockey team and earned an A+ grading in drill. Midshipman Anish Rai was a squadron cadet adjutant in his 7th term, a merit card holder in football, and a flag cadet in his 5th term. Midshipman Govind P. was divisional cadet captain in his 7th term, a merit card holder in football, and a strong cross-country runner. Midshipman Ashish Singh Bhandari was division captain in his 7th term. He excelled as part of the Academy's sailing and shooting teams, earning merit cards in both. A skilled orator, which I will see now, he won debate and declamation. I'm so sorry for this interruption. Actually, it is an HP which I bought in India. But last week when I opened it up at a shop to see what is going wrong, I found everywhere written made in China. He's a skilled orator. He won debate and declamation competitions in his 4th and 6th terms. Very good. Which meant Prashant Pannu was the flotilla cadet adjutant of 1st Flotilla in his 7th term. He represented the Academy in various national level equestrian championships, winning a national bronze medal at the Delhi Horse Show in his 5th term and 2 golds and a silver in his 7th term. Great. Midshipman Adrian Denson was a squadron cadet captain in his 7th term, a skilled debater. He represented INA at the AFMC Pune for Samiksha and won the best speaker. Midshipman Saurav Kumar was the flotilla cadet adjutant of the 2nd Flotilla in his 7th term. He earned his academic torch in his 1st, 6th, and 7th terms. He also served as a flag cadet in his 5th term and received a certificate of proficiency in drill. And finally, Midshipman Shubham Nara was the academic cadet adjutant in his 7th term. He earned merit card in volleyball and boxing and represented the Indian Naval Academy at the Sabiki Cup. All right, the introductions are over. I hand over to the Midshipman Syndicate to come out with what they want to present.
Request permission to start, sir. Vice Admiral Praveen Nair, Nausena Medal, Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, senior dignitaries, flag officers, senior officers, officers, professorial cadre officers, trainees of the passing out courses, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of the Midshipman Syndicate, I thank Vice Admiral Anup Singh for moderating this session and for his primer on sea power. Today, we the Midshipmen of 107 INAC are going to give a presentation on the topic Evolution of Technology from World War II to present-day conflicts and its role in harnessing sea power. I would like to start our presentation by what Admiral Karambir Singh said, and I quote, "In today's environment, the tactics we employ must be closely intertwined with the technology we use. The ability to exploit technology in surveillance, precision weaponry, and fleet coordination is what sets modern naval forces apart." Unquote. After giving a brief introduction of the topic, we will discuss about technology during World War II, evolution of technology from World War II to present day, use of naval technology in asserting sea power, and before concluding, we will elaborate on how these technologies are likely to manifest themselves and their effect on sea power. The aim of our presentation is to have an insight into how tactics and evolving technology has been instrumental in asserting sea power from World War II to present day and its impact on future warfare. Now, I will focus on World War II, and I would highlight few technologies that the syndicate has identified and their impact on sea power. Naval warfare during World War II was a crucial aspect of conflict, shaping strategies and outcomes across multiple theaters. There were several major battles fought which determined the course of war, such as the Battle of Midway, the Battle of Atlantic, the Battle of Leyte Gulf. During these battles, controlling seas, air, and communication became critical for sustaining war efforts. World War II put enormous pressure on countries to develop technologies that could give them a tactical and strategic edge across various domains. World War II showcased a range of military tactics, evolution of technology, and its use by these nations. That was a major factor that determined the outcome of these battles. Various technologies existed prior to World War II, which saw their extensive usage during this time, like aircraft carriers, U-boats, and Enigma. In addition, several other technologies developed during World War II, and some of them are nuclear technology, jet aircraft, guided weapons, and radar. These technologies arose from a blend of innovation and the need to counter specific threats or exploit weaknesses. We will be talking about tactics that were employed during World War II and technologies evolved to counter these tactics. In order for the forces to enhance their control over the seas, all these technologies were exploited, but we have identified three technologies that we believe were the ones which greatly determined the course of war. The sea denial capability and secure communication capability in form of U-boats and Enigma, the early detection of enemy aircraft in form of radar, technologies which provided distant strike capabilities in form of guided weapons. Nations like Britain were highly dependent on overseas supply lines. Germany, aiming to cut off these supply lines, developed the U-boats. For coordinating U-boat movements and secure communication was vital. Hence, the German Enigma machine ensured that critical military order could be transmitted without the fear of interception by the Allies. One of the major reasons why U-boats were overwhelmingly powerful was because of the wolf pack tactics, and they wreaked havoc across the Atlantic. The U-boats aligned themselves in designated boxes called the grid coordinates. They would then patrol the area simultaneously, and when they detected an enemy ship or a vessel, they all struck in quick succession, leaving the Allied forces defeated and invariably sinking. Traditionally, sea power was determined by surface fleets, particularly battleships and aircraft carriers. However, submarines through unrestricted warfare shifted the focus from large surface engagements to undersea warfare. U-boats campaign targeted merchant ships, disrupting Allied shipping lanes. It affected Allied logistics, troop movements, and trade. Submarine warfare forced navies to evolve their strategies. No longer could the fleet simply rely on battleships or cruiser to maintain sea control. New anti-submarine warfare techniques and technologies like depth charges, sonar, air patrol, and escort carriers became essential for preserving sea power. Sea power became closely tied to economic power. Submarines' ability to attack commerce at will made them key instruments for economic warfare. The U-boats became a nightmare for the Allied forces, and they knew that breaking the Enigma code was a key to defeating U-boats. After the Enigma was decrypted, the impact was huge. From 1939 to 1942, around 1,200 Allied ships were sunk by the Germans. But post-1943, this number reduced to 423. And by the mid-1943, the tides had completely turned. At its peak, U-boats wreaked havoc, sinking thousands of vessels. However, cracking the Enigma code helped mitigate submarine threat and ultimately restored Allied sea power by keeping vital sea routes open. Breaking the Enigma code did end Germany's supremacy over the sea. Now, I would like to draw your attention to the next technology that changed the course of the war, and that is the radar.
Britain invented radar, and by 1939, the chain home system, consisting of 21 radar towers with 100 miles of range, covered the entire eastern coast of Britain. This gave the British about 30 minutes of warning time about the incoming air raids. Thanks to radar, Britain shot down more than 1,800 German aircrafts in the Battle of Britain, despite being heavily outnumbered. With air warfare becoming increasingly dominant, radar was instrumental in protecting ships from air attacks, which had become a major threat. It was also crucial in detecting surface ships and submarines, enabling forces to intercept before the enemy could strike. The rise of aircraft carriers in World War II was supported by the radar technology. Radar was essential for early warnings, guiding defensive fighters and controlling the airspace over the naval fleets. On December 7, 1941, the Japanese used 6 aircraft carriers to launch a surprise attack on the Pearl Harbor. At 0700 hours, the radar sites at Pearl Harbor detected a massive incoming airborne force. The US naval officers, still operating under the belief that the country was at peace, dismissed the warning as a malfunction. At dawn, the Japanese struck, resulting in over 2,400 deaths, over 20 ships sunk, and over 300 planes destroyed. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Americans accelerated the development of radar. This increased their ability to defend against surprise attacks and coordinate offensive actions. Prior to radar, naval battles were limited by daylight and visibility conditions. With radar, ships could engage in combat during the night or even during poor weather conditions, offering them a significant tactical advantage. Earlier, submarines relied on periscopes, radar, and visual detection to find enemy ships. Now, these submarines were fitted with radar, giving them a tactical edge. From 1941 to early 1943, approximately 180 ships of the enemy were sunk by the US. However, post-fitment of radar on both the US ships and submarines, the US sunk approximately 1,000 ships from mid-1943 till the end of the war in 1945. Radar was crucial in countering the unrestricted submarine warfare employed by Germany. The escort ships of the Allies, fitted with radar, could locate U-boats on the surface, significantly reducing their ability to attack convoys. The U-boats were now being targeted, effectively tipping the balance of power in the side of the Allies. The integration of radar enabled better coordination between ships and aircraft, enhancing the effectiveness of fleet operations. Radar-equipped aircraft could spot the enemy ships and submarines, directing the naval forces to engage them. Radar revolutionized sea power during World War II by increasing detection, enhancing fleet coordination, and neutralizing the traditional tactics like night attacks and submarine stealth. Its role in key battles like the Battle of Atlantic and the Battle of Midway underscores its importance in shaping the outcome of the war. Radar not only protected fleets and convoys, but also provided strategic advantage necessary for the Allies to maintain sea control.
The increasing scale and intensity of warfare during the World War II led to a lot of civilian casualties. To avoid collateral damage and to minimize resource wastage, guided weapons were developed. Precision became a key factor as both sides realized that targeting strategic locations could turn the tide of the war. This led to the creation of guided bombs and early missile systems. The development and deployment of guided weapons had a transformative effect on sea power, reshaping naval warfare by introducing greater precision, range, and lethality. Guided weapons allowed for far greater precision in naval combat than traditional unguided artillery or bombs. This shift meant that fewer munitions were needed to destroy a target, and previously difficult to hit targets, such as moving ships, could be targeted with greater efficiency. The Germans developed some of the earliest glided bombs, such as the Fritz X and the Henschel HS-293 glide bombs. These were radio-controlled bombs designed to strike enemy ships with precision. Battleships, once considered the pinnacle of sea power, became increasingly vulnerable to precision strikes from guided bombs and torpedoes. The sinking of the Italian battleship Roma by the Fritz X was a stark example of how guided bombs rendered the traditional reliance on heavily armored ships less effective. Guided weapons reinforced the importance of air power in naval operations. Aircraft armed with guided bombs and missiles, such as V-1 and V-2 rockets, could engage enemy ships from long distances, reducing the need for direct ship-to-ship combat. As guided weapons evolved, aircraft carriers gained prominence as the central platform of sea power. Carriers could launch waves of aircraft armed with guided weapons, allowing them to strike at enemy ships far beyond the range of traditional naval guns. This capability shifted the focus from battleship dominance to air superiority at sea. The advent of guided weapons forced navies to develop more advanced defense systems. Radar-controlled anti-aircraft guns, electronic jamming, and decoy measures became essential components of a ship's system. Post-war warships emphasized speed, maneuverability, and stealth over heavy armor. The impact of guided weapons during World War II was profound, marking the beginning of a shift in naval warfare from traditional ship-to-ship engagements to a new era of precision strikes and air-sea engagements.
Now that we have covered all the major tactics and technologies that were crucial during the time of World War II, we will now discuss how these technologies have evolved from 1945 to present day. The U-boats during World War II had diesel-electric propulsion and had a range of only 300 miles. U-boats were equipped with torpedoes, surface guns, and mines. They used basic sonar and rudimentary navigation system. The advancements in propulsion system led to the development of air-independent propulsion system and the nuclear propulsion system. The nuclear propulsion system has made the range of submarines virtually infinite, restricted only by ration. These submarines are equipped with advanced guided and ballistic missiles. They have satellite-based data links, low-frequency sonar, and advanced sensors. If we talk about the impact of submarines on sea power, nuclear-powered submarines with SLBM capability provide nations with a second strike capability. They can act as a strategic deterrent, preventing adversaries from engaging in a nuclear attack. Nuclear submarines bolster a nation's sea power by ensuring undersea dominance. Modern submarines are potent force multiplier, enhancing Navy's ability to conduct more offensive and defensive operations. Armed with long-range cruise missiles and torpedoes, nuclear submarines can be employed in sea denial roles for disrupting enemy shipping lanes or denying adversary access to strategic areas critical for trade and logistics. Modern submarines can be deployed for patrolling of critical choke points and for protection of friendly shipping lanes. If we talk about the most advanced submarines of today, the Russian Bore class represents evolution in attack submarine design. The Aryan class represents India's first indigenously built SSBNs, which is equipped with the K-15 Sagarika ballistic missiles.
From its early days during the World War II, the chain home radar systems employed pulse-modulated transmitters and cathode ray tube displays. They gave a range of 160 kilometers and were able to track the Luftwaffe fighters, moving at speeds of up to 0.5 Mach. Due to large wavelength, they gave poor resolution and provided only the range and the azimuth. Modern radar systems are highly sophisticated, such as the phased array radar systems with electronic beam steering, synthetic aperture radar, and over-the-horizon radars. They can track objects in space at a range of up to 3,000 kilometers, moving at speeds of up to 10 Mach. Modern radars provide much higher resolution and come with multiple target tracking capabilities, and they can also provide the user with a three-dimensional feed. Advancements in radar technology laid the groundwork for what we now recognize as maritime domain awareness. Modern MDA involves not just the detection of vessels, but also the integration of various data streams to form a comprehensive maritime picture. Radar data, combined with satellite data, AIS, and other intelligence sources, is fed into the information fusion centers. where it is analyzed in real time. It further uses AI algorithms to analyze historical data and predict future trends and the potential risks. By identifying emerging patterns and vulnerabilities, we can improve real-time decision-making. These fusion centers, like the India's IFC IOR, located within the IMAC, acts as a platform for exchange between 25 countries. It uses this data to track vessel movements, identify potential threats, and coordinate responses with the partner nations. The Indian Ocean region is home to 7 critical choke points, but the 2 most important of them are the Strait of Hormuz, from which 40% of the world's oil passes through, and the Strait of Malacca sees roughly 30% of the global trade, making the IOR indispensable to global commerce. Enhanced MDA helps in enhanced situational awareness, enabling early warning and timely decision-making by the commanders at sea. The enhanced MDA in the IOR gives India the power to influence shipping routes, secure energy supplies, and shape regional geopolitics. This is crucial for naval dominance, enforcing blockades, or safeguarding the economic zones and the trade routes. Modern radars gives the Navy the ability to monitor maritime traffic far beyond the immediate horizon. Like over-the-horizon radars have a range of up to 3,000 kilometers, improving surveillance of coastal areas, exclusive economic zones, and the strategic choke points. Radars, such as those integrated into the fire control systems, provide real-time guidance for surface-to-air and surface-to-surface missiles, ensuring that weapons can strike fast-moving targets with precision. The Indian Navy's MF Star, for example, is used for missile fire control and air and surface surveillance. The MF Star can simultaneously track multiple aerial and surface threats up to a range of 450 kilometers. It can also guide surface-to-air missiles like the Barak 8 against hostile targets, including supersonic cruise missiles. Radar is already a cornerstone of defense systems worldwide, providing an essential support in air, land, and sea operations. Radar is now integrated with missile defense systems to provide early detection and tracking, enabling the navies to defend their ships and coastal assets from missile attacks. The US Navy's Spy-6 radar, as part of its Aegis combat system, is an example of these type of modern radars. The Israel's air defense systems radar can track up to 200 targets in a single go. The Iron Dome defends against short-range rockets up to 70 kilometers. The Arrow system provides protection from long-range ballistic missiles. In its conflict with Iran, Israel's air defense systems were able to neutralize about 90% of the missiles fired, according to the open sources. Modern radars integrated into naval combat systems and networks allow for cooperative engagement capabilities. Ships, drones, and aircraft can share radar data, creating a common operating picture, facilitating coordinated multi-platform operations. These advancements in radar technology strengthen sea power by reinforcing a Navy's ability to project power and maintain maritime security.
During World War II, missile guidance was at its infant stage. They used basic guidance systems, such as the wire and cable guidance, as well as radio control guidance systems. The range of missiles during 1940s was only about 320 kilometers, with a speed of about 0.5 Mach. As missile technology developed, a range of more sophisticated guidance systems were introduced, such as GPS, inertial navigation, laser guidance, active radar homing, and multi-guidance, leading to improved accuracy, range, and autonomous operation. Using these advanced technologies, ICBMs are used to strike target at a range of about 13,000 kilometers with a speed of more than 10 Mach. Modern guided weapons have significantly transformed sea power by enhancing the strategic effectiveness of naval operations. GPS-guided weapons use satellite navigation to strike targets with pinpoint accuracy. It extends the range of naval operations, enabling precision strikes from ships and submarines located far away from enemy sources. Radar guidance has led to the development of sea-skimming missiles that fly just above the ocean surface, making them difficult to track and intercept. These missiles are highly effective in evading ship-based radar defense. In order to enhance the effectiveness of long-range strike capabilities, terrain-following missiles were developed. They fly at low altitude, following contours of the terrain, which makes them difficult to detect and harder to intercept. Laser-guided weapons are used for accurate coastal and land strikes to minimize destruction to civilian properties. Semi-autonomous and AI-powered guidance systems allows for the real targeting of guided weapons. These systems use onboard sensors and algorithms for the guided missiles to adjust their flight paths mid-course to evade defense and targets. Hypersonic missiles represent a major leap in the guidance warfare technology. These missiles travel at speed greater than 5 Mach and can perform evasive maneuvers, making them difficult to track and intercept. Some of the recent hypersonic missiles undertaken are the Avangard hypersonic glide vehicle of Russia, DFZF glide vehicle developed by China, and the BrahMos-2 of India in partnership with Russia. Modern guided weapons enable the striking of moving targets with pinpoint precision. Guided weapons, due to their extended range, allows naval forces to engage adversaries without direct proximity, keeping their ships and submarines out of enemy detection range. With the possession of modern guided weapons, a country can easily establish anti-access and area denial zones, preventing enemy entry into sensitive maritime areas or vital choke points during conflicts. For example, Chinese DF-21D, which is a medium-range anti-ship ballistic missile with a range of approximately 1,500 kilometers, has the ability to target vessels, especially aircraft carriers, making it an integral part of Chinese A2AD strategy over the Indian Ocean region.
As we examine the trajectory of evolution of technology, we should also consider how these technologies are going to assist navies in achieving sea power in the future. So in the next few slides, we will discuss about some technologies that are still being researched upon and the capabilities the Navy will gain once they come into existence. Unmanned underwater vehicles are becoming increasingly capable, and future submarines are expected to incorporate fully autonomous systems. These UUVs can conduct reconnaissance, mine laying, or even offensive operations without risking crew safety. Submarines of the future will likely act as motherships, launching and controlling fleets of unmanned aerial, surface, and underwater vehicles. These platforms will expand the submarine's reach, enabling it to conduct surveillance, gather intelligence, or even launch attacks while remaining hidden. They can be used for more persistent operations without having to worry about fatigue or ration. With advancements in modern-day technology, artificial intelligence will play a major role in next generation of radar systems. AI-based radars analyze vast amount of data, and they have improved processing for clutter suppression and distinguish between false alarm and real targets, improving target recognition and stealth detection. For example, the Royal Navy's Samson radar and the US Navy's Sea Giraffe 4 Alpha. Space-based radars will provide near instantaneous detection and tracking enemy movements. These radars allow for continuous global surveillance, creating an unblinking eye over the battle space. China's Yaogan series satellites, equipped with synthetic aperture radar, provides data for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations. The development of future guided weapons is heavily influenced by advancements in technology. Directed energy weapons are revolutionizing naval warfare by providing high-speed, precise, and cost-effective offensive and defensive capabilities. Swarm drones are autonomous network UAVs that operate in coordination to overwhelm and confuse enemy defenses. AI-driven munitions will use machine learning algorithms to autonomously guide themselves to targets. They can act and enhance surveillance and targeting capabilities. In future conflicts, anti-satellite weapons can be used to disrupt enemy navigation, communication, and surveillance by targeting critical satellite infrastructure. Space-launched ballistic missiles will enable near-instant global strike capabilities, capable of targeting naval assets at sea or land-based naval installations with pinpoint precision. As we have seen, technologies like submarines, radar, and guided warfare have brought a major change in the ability of nations to control seas. The combination of guided weapons, advanced radars, and a capable submarine fleet allow the Navy to project power beyond its immediate waters. Navies can protect sea lanes of communication and play a role in global maritime operations, such as anti-piracy or humanitarian missions. New offensive and defensive technologies will make future naval warfare more faster and unpredictable. Technologies are set to significantly shape the future of sea, as advancements in areas such as artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, hypersonic weapons, cyber warfare, and stealth. As technologies redefine naval operation, I would like to conclude our presentation by a quote by Alfred Mahan. He says, and I quote, The influence of sea power upon the history of the world has been due to its ability to exercise control over communication and commerce, aided by technological advancements in naval warfare. Unquote. With this, we have come to the end of our presentation. On behalf of the entire Midshipman Syndicate, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for your patience and attention.
Good. That was very nicely presented. What does it bring us back to? That age-old maxim that you studied at school. The first one. What is that proverb? Which applies to every facet of life, not just in uniform, not just in militaries, but everywhere. Invention is the mother of necessity. That's exactly what happened to the radar. How did the radar come about? You saw it during this presentation. How did cavalry, long before the World War II, change over to armor, and why? So you see, irrespective of what happens to computers, what happens to the galloping pace of technology, and what happens to AI, you have to keep pace with the threats and challenges of the future. So today, the entire system of innovation, creativity, has changed in such a manner that you have to think about the future and innovate and bring out such technologies which will beat the enemy. You would have noticed that the pace at which all technologies that were presented had developed could be compared today to the speed of sound. But what is going to happen now onwards, in fact is already happening thanks to AI, is the speed of light. And we need to keep pace with it. Which means what? Any guesses? That we keep our eyes open. Starting with the seminar here, and throughout life, eyes and ears open, so that you can think and create. The worst thing that is happening today across the world, not only in the government services, that not only in the corporate world, but everywhere, is that we are all doused in paperwork, files, looking at the past and the present, not thinking about the future. So the lesson that you take away is to keep your ears and eyes open so that you can innovate and create and be ready for the future. That brings us to the end of the first presentation. And now we will look at the second presenter, which is Rear Admiral Sudarshan Shrikhande. Let me first introduce him. Rear Admiral Sudarshan Shrikhande graduated in the 56th course of the NDA, the same course to which Admiral Karambir Singh, who was here yesterday, former Chief of Naval Staff, belongs, in June 1979, and commissioned into the Indian Navy in July of 1980. During his naval career, he was selected to undergo a specially created 3-year post-graduation course at the Soviet Naval War College in St. Petersburg, starting in 1985 and going up to 1988, earning an MSc in Weapon and Sonar Engineering. He attended the DSSC Wellington, the staff course, in 1994, earning the prestigious Cutter Medal, which is standing first in the course. He attended thereafter both the Indian Naval War College and the US Naval War College between the years 2001 to 2003. In the latter, that is the US Naval War College, he passed out with distinction, winning the first prize in academics as well as in their seminar series. He was also elected the class president of his course. Amongst command assignments in the Indian Navy, he commanded the ships Nishank, Kora, and the great destroyer Rajput. From 2005 to 2008, He was our defense advisor at the Indian mission, at the Indian High Commission in Canberra. In retirement, he has fruitfully engaged himself by teaching strategy, formulation, and some other subjects at several military institutions, including the National Defense College at Delhi, the Indonesian National Defense University. He is an adjunct professor at the Indian Naval War College in Goa. And earlier, he was also with the Takshashila Institution in Bangalore. He is pursuing his doctorate at the University of Mumbai, in a subject that should be treated not just contemporary to the uniformed services across the world, but of the greatest interest to all of us, particularly here in India, sea-based nuclear deterrence. Oh, and I forgot to mention that he was born in the last century and currently lives in the intellectual naval capital of the Indian Navy, Goa. Currently, he is resident temporarily at the University of Wollongong, which is just about 80 kilometers away from Sydney, doing a research on how bilateral trade between India and Australia can be protected in a complex multilateral environment. And you understand what is that multilateral environment that he means. His topic during the seminar is Great Masters of Sea Power. And so he is going to compare and conclude similarities or otherwise on the two icons who will remain relevant for all times in understanding naval strategies. The two of them meaning Alfred Thayer Mahan and Julian Corbett. Over to you, Admiral Srikhande.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very kind introduction. The Commandant, Admiral Anup Singh, Mr. Nitin Pai, flag officers, faculty, commanding officers, cadets and midshipmen, and ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great honor for me to be here with you again, virtually though. I think I have attended all the Dilli seminars bar one, and I was very privileged to have been involved in planning some aspects of the capsule, the modules for sea power, and understanding the history of sea power in the Naval Academy about 7 years ago. And I'm very glad that it is going from strength to strength. That Admiral Anup Singh introduced me is a very special thing, quite apart from the Commandant having been a shipmate. So was Admiral Anup Singh. And from that stage onwards, he's been a mentor for me. And in many ways, he and my wife get together once in a while and become quote unquote tormentors for me by pulling my leg, which also I thoroughly enjoy and value. So thank you, sir. Mahan and Corbett both had and continue to have so much to offer us in terms of frameworks for thinking about contemporary context of strategy formulation. And Admiral Anup Singh was right that they will always be relevant. There is a tendency, not only in India, but globally, to adjectivize them as both Mahanian/Corbettian. This is an inadequate and perhaps incorrect way because it then forces us to look for contrasts that can be put into neat PowerPoint slides in side-by-side boxes. Actually, Corbett was quite Mahanian, and vice versa is also equally applicable. There are, in my view, sensible and fairly similar principles of maritime strategy that they espoused, rather than standalone, distinct Mahanian or Corbettian strategies and characteristics, which could be used by others in the context we may now face. Yet, their principles are important. Thus, it is equally a misconception to say that there can be a Mahanian fleet or a Corbettian fleet, or a Mahanian force structure and or a Corbettian force structure. Just as it can be wrong to say that force planning has to be either capability-based or threat-based, because they've all been in a rolling donut, threat-based and capability-based all the time. They were different men, and yet with much similar thinking. Mahan was a regular naval officer, United States Naval Academy at Annapolis. He commanded 3 ships, And he had an early interest in reading and writing, which was reflected later quite negatively by one of his fitness report writers, which we'll see. And he served in the US Civil War, which was their most violent, bloody war that the United States has still to date participated in. He was an instructor at the US Naval Academy and a professor at the US Naval War College and a president of the college twice. He was both a prolific and prolix writer. Mahan's prose was certainly more difficult and complex than Corbett, who made simpler, easier to understand arguments. Mahan and even Corbett refined and altered their arguments and positions as time went on, and engaged in intellectual debates and learned, quite importantly, from their students in the process of being teachers. And I think Mahan also, like Corbett, modified his analyses over time. Here's a little cartoon about misinterpretation of Mahan, that most leaders as well as naval officers in the British, Japanese, and German imperial navies of the time before the First World War, and indeed after the First World War, this continued. They cherry picked on passages from Mahan's writing. It's the most dangerous thing we can do is to base our thinking on maxims, right or wrong, because those maxims or bumper stickers are kept in and said in a certain context. And if we are not prepared to read entire chapters and entire books, those maxims can actually distort our thinking. We'll come to that a little later. In Mahan's case, most people have read just about the introductory chapter of his first book, if that, and then tended to add to their misinterpretation and misunderstanding. Julian Stafford Corbett was a civilian from a prosperous background, but not aristocratic. He studied law and was always interested in history and traveling. He turned to writing historical novels, and in doing, picked up the brilliant connections between naval strategy and military, that is, land strategy, and started understanding that this is what was at the core of a maritime strategy, especially from an island power like England was in the 16th century onwards. He toured India for 6 months, I think sometime in 1870s or late 1870s, as a young man with his brother, and came away with a sense of the British Empire, but also its tenuous hold on the empire, for which the Navy was very critical, as were the British Army and the colonial armies that they had raised to serve their interests. He was a pioneer teacher at the Naval War Course from 1902, and his students initially were upset that a civilian could talk so well and so insightfully about not only maritime and naval strategies, but indeed about tactics as well. The US in Mahan's time was a middle power, and I could say a wannabe big power. It was industrializing rapidly, and agriculture economy was expanding. In Mahan's time, we must also recognize that its three wars until then, that is the War of Independence, the so-called War of 1812, which was against Britain and over Canada in many ways, from 1812 to 1815 really, were fought for territorial control or for preserving their freedom or for uniting the country, as it happened in the Civil War from the breakaway southern states. So they were mainly between 1776 and 1865, were mainly continental and territorial. Its global trade was middle rung compared to European powers, especially Britain. But by the time Mahan started thinking about the big themes of sea power, in that sense, the US had become a virtual island nation with a fairly peaceful Mexico to the south and a very peaceful, ignorable Canada to the north. So it had two coasts, otherwise, effectively, it was an island. The US was looking seaward, it was expansionist, but didn't consider itself imperialistic. It had a smallish army and a small navy. And that is the time when, as an early maritime strategist, Mahan coined the term sea power. And we'll look at that term in the next slide. He examined historical evidence because, as people have said, history is the only evidence we have. The future has not happened, and the present is still unfolding as we speak. And therefore, looking at lessons of history, looking at how history does not repeat, but informs our present, the present leadership to perhaps make, as Admiral Anup Singh was saying, wiser decisions that prepare us better for a future that we do not really know, but we can maybe guess or anticipate. So he became an advocate of a more effective United States Navy while writing several books to educate not only the American Navy but American policymakers. In defining sea power, he said that the only word I can be said to have coined is sea power, which is rather a phrase than a word. It was born of my preference for the English sea over the Latin adjective maritime, although I recognize the incongruity of marrying sea to power. There was, however, no handy equivalent. Afterward, I stuck to the expression because I thought its very roughness over maritime power would arrest and fix attention and so give vogue at which I aimed. The result has justified the expedient, and in many ways, this is right. And despite this coinage, we must also note that Mahan wrote about the influence of sea power and not the absolute hammer of sea power as an all powerful instrument, because it has never really been so throughout human history. In the 1990s, Colin Gray advanced it by writing about the influence and leverage of sea power. As we shall see, uh, maritime power would not have been an incorrect and perhaps even better because he did, in his six elements, actually talk of maritime rather than sea power. But sea power had the appeal of robustness, and in our own times, it is used sometimes as one and often not as two words as he initially wrote. What were the environmental influences on Corbett? Unlike Mahan's middle power America, Corbett lived at a time when the Pax Britannica was at its apogee. Britain at that time controlled and owned 43% of the world shipping. Sorry, it owned 43% and controlled even more. Uh, it controlled many ports and the Suez Canal. It provided most of the world's seafarers, marine finance, and insurance, and built more and better ships than anyone else. It had the highest GDP, the highest industrial output, the longest total coastline across the world, places, bases, merchant ship ownership, insurance, etc., as I've mentioned. And besides, they also had the world's largest and most global navy, and a symbiotic relationship between trade and flag and trade. Although there always were challengers and challenges, and no Pax Britannica or Pax Americana or Pax Sinica will be without challengers. And so would it be if we ever get to a stage where we can sort of discern a Pax Indica. While Mahan was advocating expansion and dreaming for America, Corbett wrote at a time where he could see the forthcoming possibility of the decline of the British Empire and was recommending, therefore, better strategies for security of that empire with jointness of approach. That he wrote and taught about the limitations of sea power was often not to the liking of the Royal Navy at several ranks, including juniors, middle, and seniors. But as military men, we must all understand that capabilities and limitations go hand in hand. Only when we understand limitations can we use capabilities in more effective ways and look for newer and better capabilities, as was mentioned by the chair. And to this, what came in the way very often, and Corbett saw it, so did others, the ossified conservative thinking in the UK military, the army especially, but also the Royal Navy to a slightly lesser extent. But at the same time, there were also reformers and mavericks in all ranks, and that was also very, very significant. Mahan Tusi Great Ho, this is just, of course, an obvious pun. In most Indian languages, Mahan means great. And in many ways, he was either sarcastically talked about, like by the US Secretary of State, an ex Army Colonel Henry Stimson, who said when Neptune was God, Mahan is prophet, and the United States Navy the only true church. On the other hand, the chronicler Paul Kennedy more seriously said that Mahan is and will always remain the point of reference and departure for any work upon sea power, and that is essentially true. One of his superiors, who didn't like the fact that a captain could be writing books and wasting his time, said Mahan's interests are entirely outside the service, for which he cares but little and is therefore not a good officer. His interests lie wholly in the direction of literary work and in no way connected with the service. What a short-sighted thing to say. But anyway, here's a picture of one edition of his book, which had a subtitle. It examined from 1660 to 1783. And here, let me make one or two points. One is that he looked mainly at how British power grew because of their maritime power itself overall throughout the world. And another friend of mine late friend of mine in the Australian Navy made a very incisive comment. Rear Admiral James Goldrick said once that it is important for us to remember that the Chinese study Mahan as much to understand why the British prevailed as the French lost. And that is also a very important point for us to remember. Mahan is very easy to misinterpret and oversimplify and has become the butt of much unjustified abuse, said Geoffrey Till. He also said that Mahan is more often quoted and hardly ever read, which is also very true. Mahan and Corbett both had to contend with anti-intellectualism of their time in their armed forces. It may have been more pronounced, as I mentioned, in Victorian and Edwardian ages in Britain, but Mahan especially has suffered from being more quoted and even more misquoted than read. This is a dangerous approach when a shallow study of such masters, including of Kautilya, comes at the cost of depth which is necessary. And many of these people continue to face, some pushback from people who just didn't want to try and understand what they were saying and leave alone read what they had written. For Corbett, Clausewitz became the point of reference for the theory of war, that is Carl von Clausewitz, who wrote On War, and in many ways, Mahan was his point of departure. But he benefited from both being his predecessors, although he gave Mahan less credit than perhaps Alfred Mahan deserved. For Corbett, being a civilian was quite a disadvantage, especially in his early years, until he established a reputation for truly being an insightful maritime historian and strategist, and made some powerful friends, not the least of whom was Admiral Jackie Fisher and many other flag officers, but also members of parliament, ministers, and many other historians from all backgrounds, many of them civilians, of course. Corbett worked far more closely with the Royal Navy leadership from about 1903 until his death in 1922. And as I've written in the last bullet there, he was respected or ignored by many and disliked by some. Here are some broad points for us to consider. Mahan understood the need for economic prosperity and even globalization. He explained the symbiotic relationship between trade, wealth, and power. He was not an economist and neither was Corbett. They did not have any prescriptions to give us on how a nation's economy should be constructed or built. But both of them talked about the freedom of commerce that was very important, and therefore the liberal economies where there was economic freedom to produce what was required and for ownership, which was largely in the private sector. Although it was never entirely true for the military hardware that was being built in Britain as well as in the US, much of it was under government sectors itself and by naval shipyards. His book Influence, 1660 to 1783, was less about naval warfare than about the importance of state coordination of national resources to achieve relative advantage in the maritime domain, as Nicholas Lambert has said. And he coherently explained why the US or India should invest in a navy. Mahan, as I have mentioned, has been poorly analyzed, vilified, or sometimes deified and put on a pedestal, called all sorts of nonsensical things like an evangelist. One must beware of evangelists of any faith because they are not reasonable in their arguments. So none of them were evangelists, and we don't need to be evangelists of naval power. We just have to be logical about how naval power exists in all a state's power, including various dimensions of military power itself. Largely, as I mentioned, he has not been read carefully, but misquoted often, and something I like to emphasize, because misquoting is one of the most unhelpful things we can do. Yesterday, somebody mentioned, I think, this, the six elements that he talked about. I won't belabor this. Uh, the fourth, fifth, and sixth were, of course, the size of the population, the character of the people, and the character of the government. One can argue that these six elements are not universally relevant. That there are nations with five elements or four elements who have become major maritime powers. So, but they still remain very, very, very convenient and good and sensible guidelines. And here are some lovely Mahanian myths, that there was a Mahanian strategy, that he prescribed what kind of a Mahanian fleet there should be, that he used the term big battle, or he was an advocate of big battle, which is simply not true. But he did speak about the importance of winning a decisive battle. And if you can set up a decisive battle where you have great chances of winning, then the victory in that battle can have short term and long term effects. Here, I would say that it was Corbett who was far better at understanding the longer term effects, beneficial or otherwise, of certain decisive battles, which was often not to the liking of his main audience, which was Royal Navy officers. Mahan has also been accused of, saying something like, "Don't divide the fleet," uh, which was also misinterpreted even for his own time, but has been misinterpreted ever since. He was talking not so much of concentration of forces but he was so much referring to the concentration of fire. At that time, as you would have perhaps heard in some one of the previous presentations on the evolution of tactics and technology, as the ranges of surveillance and reconnaissance, as well as the ranges of ordnance increased, ships and units and aircraft could be that much further away and yet could be orchestrated to produce a concentration of fire on a set of targets, or even sometimes one single target. Uh, and this is not something that uniquely applies only to the Navy. It applies to the Army. It applies to uh, the Air Force, and sometimes it can apply to even a game of football or something that you play. So it is the concentration of fire that is important, and therefore, in many ways, they have all advocated distributed lethality to the extent that surveillance, reconnaissance, intelligence, and or maritime domain awareness, if you will, enabled ships to be and units to be separated. The other myths that Mahan stood for sea control and Corbett for sea denial. There are one or two who said actually Corbett stood for sea control, but Mahan for sea denial. Both are absolutely wrong. Sea control and sea denial are very contextual. They are temporary, but they are both important. One is not; they are not hierarchically important, or one is unimportant. And we must understand sea control and sea denial in their simplicity to be able to see the value in operational terms. The other myth is that Mahan was offensive while Corbett was defensive. That also is quite nonsensical, actually. Mahan grouped his arguments in such a way, as per John Sumida, that there were political, economical, and governmental arguments, which translated into naval grand strategy, a naval political agenda, and then a strategic professional, art and science of command, and naval officer education. So the upper sort of flow impacted the nation and the government, and the bottom was mainly to the US Navy of his time, and which has continued. Mahan's political economic argument was, of course, quite obvious that travel and traffic by water have always been easier and cheaper than by land. It has been true perhaps for thousands of years, and will remain true for the next thousands of years. And it is also true for the digital age, where most digital traffic and trade in services actually takes place under the sea or along the seabed through undersea cables. You know about that. So ships would remain primary for external trade. Railways, in fact, bolstered trade by sea, although railways also at that time were becoming in an increasingly important part of military affairs. Maritime economics, that is production, shipping, and colonies, was a key to prosperity and had been a prime motivator for many states. And in some ways, you can find shades of that in the BRI, which Mr. Nitin Pai would be mentioning. Then we have the political underpinnings and their effect that throughout history, The possession of naval supremacy was essential to protection of national interests for many great states. Mahan did not necessarily pitch for the US Navy to be the largest to be most effective. He in fact said, having failed to create before the war a competent navy capable of seizing opportunity when offered to act against hostile divisions throughout the world, it was not possible afterwards to retrieve this mistake. And that was very important. He wanted a competent navy. He was also a supporter of commerce raiding, contrary to some analysts who have wrongly interpreted that. And he said that the very existence of navies was justified primarily by their ability to defend their own commerce and to attack that of their opponent. Attacking enemy commerce had to be supported by the fleet. Mahan said this, and I leave you to read this slide. And sometimes, such impressions and delusions continue the world over, including closer home. Corbett wrote a book called Some Principles of Maritime Strategy. He wrote many others, of course, on naval history and the connections that I'll shortly mention. But he wrote to help Jackie Fisher in educating policymakers as well as the Royal Navy at a time of great inter-service politics and in overcoming the ill effects of the long calm lee of Trafalgar. To add a maritime dimension to Clausewitz and a land dimension to Mahan, as Professor John Reeve has mentioned, he wrote to provide a bridge within military cultures divided between land war and navalism, as he saw in Britain at that time. And he said that to say that historians and human nature had dramatized battle out of context, that decisive naval battles are rare, and the wider context of war was the key to strategy. Last year, at the third and final Naval History Conference at Newport to mark Corbett's work 100 years after his death, I needed to point out at the US College itself that the edition of Corbett that they were giving the student officers to read was wrongly titled with the word "some" omitted and just called Principles of Maritime Strategy. Corbett would have been very surprised and perhaps dismayed because he was modest enough to realize that what he was doing were some principles. There could be other principles, and this was not definitively, the end of the principles of maritime strategy. But here are sometimes, careless mistakes that we can make. In many ways, you see in this definition of strategy, in its broadest sense, as a whole of government approach. In other words, the dime, that is diplomatic, informational, military, and economic lines of statecraft. He said that strategy in the broadest sense also has to deal with the whole resources of the nation for war. It is a branch of statesmanship. It regards the army and navy as part of one force to be handled together. They are instruments of war, but it also has to keep in view the politico-diplomatic position of the country on which depend the effective action of the instrument, and its commercial and financial position by which the energy for working the instrument is maintained. Corbett was not wrong at all when he said, since men live upon land and not upon the sea, the great issues between nations at war have always been decided, except in the rarest of cases, either by what your army can do against your enemy's territory or national life, or else by fear of what the fleet can make it possible for your army to do. In short, he canvassed for jointness, and if he were alive today, he would canvass not only for military, the army, and that is land power and sea power, but for air power, space power, and cyber power to come together as five fingers closed into a fist. He saw that force could be projected from the sea and had capabilities to, in simple words, support or obstruct diplomatic effort, protect or destroy commerce, but he did oversimplify the interdiction of commerce and further or hinder military operations. These are, the three white lines are his original ones. To achieve this, he said, command of the sea and ability to project power was a problem in the control of maritime means to an end and never the end itself. It was an important point, but easy to lose track of. To be effective, a highly trained navy must be complemented by a highly trained diplomatic and military establishment, and he implied that a navy could not operate in a vacuum. He also said that the question for the army was, what can the navy enable us to do? While for the navy, the question was, what does the army want to do? Now, here I might add that Corbett was talking from the viewpoint of an island nation which was involved, elsewhere. Corbett did not. Corbett has, of course, talked a lot about how maritime strategy was different for continental powers with adversaries on its borders, and that's a very important part of what Corbett wrote. Uh, he studied the failure of sea power as closely as he scrutinized its brilliant achievements, and I think this is something we need to think about a lot more. He talked about the impact on levels of political leadership. His work rather was about the impact of on levels of political leadership, as was Mahan's, and on naval leadership and on naval officers. They both had relevance on national or grand strategy, whatever term you want to prefer, and therefore to sea power or maritime strategy. And they both provided valuable guidance on warfare despite a vastly changed scene. Overall, there was a concurrence of views between Mahan and Corbett, and this is a dominantly useful theme when we think about them. The linkages between economic prosperity of a nation and security continue to be important today, as well as opportunities and vulnerabilities. Both had a nuanced approach to fleet actions. Faults were essentially due to the others' misinterpretation and partial convenient interpretations by their readers or partial readers. For us, mission priorities depend on consideration of circumstances and unfolding situations. Importantly, neither exaggerated the speed of impact of naval operations, and Corbett's idea on this are especially valuable. And yet, as naval planners from our youngest days, thinking must continue on enhancing the speed of impact on land. Mahan felt short of articulating this as clearly as Corbett did, that the focus remains on land. And as Corbett did, naval leadership has to always understand the larger strategic objectives. Sea power and navies are enabling rather than standalone decisive instruments. Through more analytical reasoning of capabilities and navies could formulate capabilities and limitations, navies could formulate more effective joint strategies and more useful force structures. And therefore, we as naval officers, which you cadets and midshipmen will shortly be, therefore consider a larger body of their work as time goes by in your future, in the years ahead of you, more holistically as a confluence of ideas, and then apply them contextually to the framework of strategy formulation. It is thus that we would find that Mahan and Corbett were sufficiently right as theorists of maritime strategy, and reasoned considerations of their thoughts could make maritime strategy formulators adequately successful. In India, maritime India, as was said yesterday, can be a reality, but has always been a need. And one can say that with policy documentation and gradual implementation and execution, like the Maritime India Vision 2030, our own IMSS, and its follow-on versions that might be coming out, and Vision 2000 or 2047 of Maritime Amrit Kal, we are probably on the way to putting Mahan's six elements together and Corbett's his ideas on sea power. Finally, I would like to end by suggesting some further recommended reading. Thank you very much. I've finished.
Thank you, Sachin. That was very comprehensive. And you rightly said at one point, that many of us, not only in India, but across the world, amongst the white uniform, strategic thinkers, or those who are just introduced to Mahan and Corbett to start with, read the first few pages, including the preface, and then make conclusions in our own mind, which is totally wrong. Something that is called cliff notes should be avoided. You have to read not just the magnum opus by two respective great strategic thinkers, but many of their works which are so important for us to understand what is maritime strategy. How should those concepts that are enunciated by these two great educators, more than thinkers, be applied to our scenario? Now we have the next speaker, Mr. Nitin Pai, who is co-founder and director of the Takshashila Institution, an independent center for research and education in public policy. His current research includes complexity science, information warfare, and geopolitics in the Indo-Pacific. He teaches IR, public policy, and ethical reasoning at Takshashila's graduate programs. Author of Nitopadesha, Moral Tales of Good Citizens, and co-editor of India's Marathon, Reshaping the Post-Pandemic World Order. He is also a columnist with the Mint and the Print. A guest faculty at the College of Air Warfare, he has also lectured at the NDC, the College of Defense Management, the Naval War College, and here at the INA. An electrical engineer by education, by qualification, he's been involved in building satellite communications and terrestrial mobile equipment. He spent over a decade in the Singapore government in areas of broadband development and technology foresight. He has also worked with Singtels in Singapore, international connectivity and business, and undersea cable projects. A gold medalist from the National University of Singapore's LKY School of Public Policy, and an undergrad scholar at Nanyang Technological University, NTU at Singapore. He will speak to us on Pax Britannica, concept of economic security, and is China's BRI replicating history? Over to you, Nitin.
Good morning, everyone. Commandant Nair, Admiral Anup Singh, Admiral Shikhande, the team which has put together the Dilli series, and cadets, midshipmen, and friends. I just want to start off by confessing that I'm not a historian, I'm not an economist, I'm not an academic of any sort. I'm an electrical engineer and an analyst. So what I'll try to do today is to give you a perspective of this topic from essentially an analyst's perspective, right? And before that, I just want to preface it by saying, if you've heard the presentations over yesterday and this morning, and listening to Admiral Anup Singh and Admiral Shikhande, what goes unsaid, what they have not said, what if you read between the lines of what they have said, is that we have to develop the capability for thinking for ourselves. Corbett and Mehan were theorists in their own time, wrote for their countries in their contexts, whether you're an island like the UK or a semi-island like the United States, which Admiral Shikhande talked about. There is a specific context, a strategic and a historical context in which they were operating, and they came out with ideas for that. Nothing stops us from coming up with our own ideas. So instead of having to quote Mahan or Corbett, why is it that we can't quote our own strategists for the 21st century? So that's my submission to you. Those of you in the room are best placed to do this. You've got a fantastic engineering education. I've been to your campus, and I think an engineering education frees you from the trappings of dogmas of various kinds, makes you practical, and gives you an ability to think for yourself and design strategy for India for the 21st century. So I think that is the backdrop, or that is the motivation I have to come and talk to you, to encourage you to be the Mahans and the Corbetts of the future, right? Each and every one of you who's sitting in the auditorium today has the ability to do it, has an opportunity to do it. It's a fantastic opportunity for India, moving from being a poor country when I was born to a middle-income country in the next 5 to 10 years, or 10 to 20 years, however you want to count it. Okay, so let's jump into today's conversation. I think we were asked to talk about essentially when I looked at the topic, it's like asking whether China's Belt and Road initiative will be like Pax Britannica, right? And in the context of geoeconomics. So I thought let's first unpack this topic and talk about the definitions, okay? Because I think a lot of our conversations happen without actually understanding what we are talking about. Definitions are very, very important. Like Admiral Shikhande mentioned, it's about capabilities and limitations. So definitions will tell you what something is and what it is not. So geoeconomics. I think the easiest way to understand geoeconomics is to look at it as the use of economic instruments to achieve objectives of national interest. So you are still achieving a political objective, which is your national interest. And your national interest is defined by the elite of the country, the government of the day, the political system, the values that you have, a whole set of combinations of all of this will give you a broad sense of national interest. And then the political executive has to execute or promote the national interest. And geoeconomics, the use of economic instruments, is the way to achieve those objectives. Now, just like military power has limitations, geoeconomics has limitations, economic instruments have limitations. So we don't have the time to go through the limitations of these things. But just to understand that economic power applied in the pursuit of national interests becomes the domain of geoeconomics. The second definition, Pax Britannica. We've heard this word being tossed about many times. What does it mean? You know, some people use Pax Britannica to mean a period of prosperity for Britain and its colonies. Others use it to mean a period of peace, which is what the word Pax means. But I don't think that, you know, there was peace around the world. There was peace probably in Europe compared to the previous, you know, just before and after. But it was not extraordinarily peaceful around the world in terms of lives lost, in terms of combat and so on. But what we mean by Pax Britannica is a world system, a world order formed by and around the British Empire roughly for a 100-year period between 1830 to 1945, right? Because 1815 is when Europe calms down after the Napoleonic Wars. There is some kind of stability in Europe. There's not that much of a continental challenge or continental wars being fought of the kind that were fought previously. And sort of things stabilize. The British Empire starts growing. And up until the end of the Second World War is when the British Empire holds together an international system. It's a world system. It's a world order. I think the closest you can think today, by analogy, is probably the world order held together by the United Nations. Right? It's a very different kind of a world order after 1945, but it is still a world order. Right? So it's not just a economic thing or a political thing or a military thing. It's all of the above. Third definition. What is the Belt and Road Initiative? Well, it started off by Xi Jinping coming to power in 2012 and saying, I want to have one belt and one road to emulate the Silk Road, which the Chinese built, according to him, 2000 years ago. And let's have a modern version of that. Now, there were several things wrong with it from day one. It was never one belt and one road. The Silk Road was not one road. It was a network of trading routes on which silk was an important commodity. But it was built not just by the Chinese, it was built by the Indians, it was built by the Central Asians, it was built by Europeans, it was built by the Arabs, it was built by the Persians. So it was built by the Russians. So there were a whole lot of civilizations which accessed the trade route. And it was not a single trade route. Anyway, Xi Jinping, in his wisdom and sense of history, said that let's recreate something like this. They called it one belt and one road. Immediately ran into resistance because that terminology was not very helpful in articulating a global vision. So they changed it to something called the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. What is it? It is essentially a massive global infrastructure development project financed by the PRC, planned by the People's Republic of China to expand its spheres of influence. So you would have roads being constructed in the Maldives, railways being constructed in the Southeast Asian mainland, railways going all the way to Eastern Europe. You would have ports being constructed in various parts of the world, West Africa, East Africa. You would have, airports being constructed in island countries, in African countries, and so on. So it's essentially a whole lot of this was to build stuff. And the money to build this came largely from China in the form of loans, in the form of investments. And the people and the companies which built this were also mostly Chinese. So I remember being in the capital of East Timor, Timor-Leste, called Dilli. And the entire defense ministry and the presidential palace was built by Chinese companies using Chinese funds, including the exit signs and emergency signs were all in Chinese. You know, there's so much of lock, stock, and barrel. You just brought it and you plonked it in various countries. Now, that's the Belt and Road infrastructure. A Belt and Road initiative, about $1 trillion was spent in the 10 years since it started. So up to the year 2023, they spent about $1 trillion, of which $600 billion was in hard investments in terms of construction projects, and about $400 million in non-financial investments of other kinds. Now, obviously, they figured out that this is not working for a variety of reasons. We'll talk about it if we have time. There was a nationalist pushback. There was a debt-related issue. And branding of Belt and Road Initiative itself was very controversial. So about last year, they changed tack. And now they have something called the GDI, GSI, GCI, which is the next set of definitions. GDI stands for the Global Development Initiative. GSI is Global Security Initiative. And GCI is the Global Civilization Initiative. Okay, so these are new, new acronyms or new abbreviations which the PRC has invented to rebrand what they were trying to do under the BRI. But they've sort of segregated it. GDI will be infrastructure and some kind of development assistance. GSI will be security, and GCI is civilization, which I suppose means culture, and so on. So this is still work in progress, okay? It can be whatever you want it to be. And then I would use the word Pax Sinica as a hypothetical world system that the PRC wishes to bring about, okay? So Pax Sinica has not been used by China, it's not been used by anybody. I've just made it up for today, for this discussion, to sort of think of what kind of a world system might the PRC want to bring about. Okay, so these are definitions. If there are questions about definitions, we can do them later during the session, during the Q&A. Okay, so let's jump on. Now, the question which I think is on the top of everybody's minds is whether the BRI is the new Pax Britannica. That's the question, right? That's the question on everybody's minds, whether they ask this or not. So let's try and answer this question. First of all, let's deconstruct Pax Britannica. I've sort of built a house with foundations and pillars. It's the house of Pax Britannica, right? And we'll see what does this house consist of? How is this house constructed? Okay. Now, Pax Britannica, as I told you, is a world system. It's a world order of a kind. Doesn't span the entire world, but as much of the world as we knew in the 18th century, 19th century. What were the component pillars of this? So you have those 5 pillars which hold the structure together. What are the 5 pillars? The first pillar is the imperial center, the British Isles, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and the domestic economy and the demography of these places. Now, clearly, Britain, after the Industrial Revolution, was one of the big innovators and the beneficiaries of the Industrial Revolution, creates an imperial economy at home, right? So they have industrial power, they have innovation, they have the steam engine, and so on. So it is a vibrant domestic economy, right? It's a small island economy, but it's still a vibrant domestic economy. The second component is the Indian sub-empire. I think the best way to understand this India as part of the British Empire is as a sub-empire. John Darwin, in his book The Empire Project, uses this framing. India is a jewel in the crown. It's not like any other colony. It is a sub-empire because it is a part of the British Empire, but it itself is comprised of several princely states and is also sort of the imperial center for a lot of geographies in this region, including the Straits of Malacca, Burma, the Arab states, and East Africa, right? So the whole Indian Ocean rim, the Bay of Bengal, the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean would be part of the Indian imperial space. So it was a sub-empire ruled from Calcutta and Simla before it moved to Delhi in the 20th century, right? Now, the third component pillar of Pax Britannica were the dominions, also known as the White Dominions, right? These would be Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Newfoundland. Newfoundland was not yet a part of Canada until the 20th century. Then there was bits of South Africa. These would constitute the dominions, and the people in these countries thought of themselves as the British nation. The white people in these countries did not think of themselves as separate from the British nation. They thought they were parts of the nation. They had family links, they had cultural links, and in their mind, psychologically, they thought of themselves as British. Now, the ability to own, literal nation states on several continents brings a very different flavor to this idea of Pax Britannica, right? It's not just one geographical empire, but it's dominions which think of themselves as empire. Now, the fourth component is the imperial economic ecosystem. Now, this is an important factor because the economic ecosystem prevailed, of course, within the British world system, within Pax Britannica, but also influenced other countries which are not even part of the British ecosystem. So there were the Japanese, there were the Chinese, there were the South Americans, there were the Spanish, the Americans, Mexicans, and so on. All of them had to trade with the bloc, if you want to call it, of the British ecosystem. Now, what did this consist of? Now, first, mastering technology, especially at that time, mastering the steam technology, telegraphy which came, radio, and diesels, right? Well, later on diesel, but these are the core technologies of those times, and the British Empire, the Pax Britannica sort of mastered these technologies, had a strong footing on each of these technologies. Telegraphy, for example, up until the First World War, most of the undersea cables around the world were controlled by British companies. In fact, during the First World War, the British were able to tap on almost all German imperial communications because they could listen into the telegraph lines used by the German armed forces, even if it was encrypted. Right. The second thing which the economic ecosystem had was a system, an economic system, and that economic system has come to be called capitalism and free trade. The idea that you could be an entrepreneur, you have a free market, you have entry and exit of companies, you have investors who come in, who invest in a company, provide capital, and the gains on the business are returned back to those shareholders as a system of capitalism came through. The idea of free trade, where you reduce barriers of entry, you have barriers to entry of goods and services across countries, of immigration, especially people. The British Empire, people could just move around. It's not a coincidence that you have Sindhis in Africa, Gujaratis in Hong Kong, people from Bihar in various parts of the old British Empire. Because people could move around, people could move around all around. If you're a British subject, you could move around anywhere in the Pax Britannica sphere, right? So this movement of people, trade, goods was very, very important in creating prosperity. Then the British system also had institutions. They created central banks, they created banks. The pound was a reserve currency. They created stock markets, which communicated with other stock markets. They came up with trade financing mechanisms. And interestingly, they even created clubs and schools. You know, the elite clubs of London, the elite clubs of Calcutta, of Bombay, Bangalore, of Singapore and others. These clubs were also institutions where deals were made. It's very little understood that meeting places where elites of a city or a country meet and have conversations are important factors in power. And schools like Eton Harrow, which created the kind of people which aspirational young people would go to, or the rich elite would go to, and create and perpetuate that system which they created, right? So institutions were an important part of the ecosystem. Then there was infrastructure. Okay, this is where I think the connection with BRI is very relevant, is that British companies controlled railways, the merchant marines. I think Admiral Shikhande mentioned how much of the merchant marines they actually owned and controlled. More than 40% ownership, more than 80% control. Post and telegraph was owned by the British companies. Shipping was owned by British companies. Ports were owned by British companies. So entire infrastructure of economics, global economics, was owned or controlled by British companies. Then, of course, they had territories, which gave them raw materials, they gave them markets, talent, people, ideas, entrepreneurs, and so on. And finally, there's some kind of an ideology which holds everything together. In this case, it's paradoxical, because one of the ideologies which held all of this together was the idea of British imperialism, right? That British imperial power, Britain as an empire, Britannia rules. So there is an idea of imperialism. But at the same time, paradoxically, there is an idea of liberalism, that there is this trend which starts from the early 19th century, where you will talk about liberal values, individuals having rights, emancipation of slaves. For example, the British Empire emancipated slaves long before the Americans did. The idea that people should have the right to vote, people should have greater, women should have rights, humans should have rights, all kinds of people of color should have rights. The idea of rights also proceeds alongside imperial thinking at that time. Okay, so those are the fourth component pillar. The fifth component pillar, of course, as you're familiar with, is maritime power. Right, the British Navy was the predominant naval power around the world. Ability to operate in any part of the world, ability to enforce the political will any part of the world. And as Admiral Shikhande said, trade follows the flag. Ability to enforce an economic outcome in most parts of the world where they were interested in, right? And this naval power is, of course, supported by the merchant marines and the shipping and the telegraphy and the radio telephony and etc., which comes together and creates a supporting ecosystem for the British maritime power to succeed. So Pax Britannica was held on top of these 5 pillars. But what were these 5 pillars resting on? Everything rests on context. And now those 3 contextual blocks, the foundations of these pillars, were basically first the European balance. After Napoleon was defeated, there was a Council of Europe. They came together and said, look, we're not going to have the kind of wars that we had in the past. Let's hold some kind of a balance. So there was some kind of a balance of power which held for almost 100 years up until the First World War. Right? So Britain enjoyed a peaceful continent. Okay. The second was a rising, strong, but non-aggressive United States. So throughout the 19th century, up until the time of the First World War, other than the fact that the United States fought itself in the Civil War, it was not expansionist across the seas. It had questions about its own borders with Mexico and Canada and so on, but it was not really interested in European affairs or Asian affairs in terms of acquiring territory. Right? It was interested in trade, but not in territory. It was strong. It was a growing economy. The demographics helped, and Britain invested almost a trillion pounds by 1914 in the United Kingdom. In the United States. The British investment was about 800 million pounds. Canada was another 400 million pounds. So together, is about a trillion over pounds in those times, compared to about 300 million pounds in India, right? So the investment in India was about 1/3 of what they invested in North America. And finally, a passive East Asia, in the sense that neither China nor Japan were aggressive, right? So there were a series of wars, including the Opium Wars, etc., which sort of kept the Chinese and the Japanese space in some kind of balance. So Britain enjoyed a sort of a foundations of stability on which Pax Britannica was built. Okay, so now if we understand how Pax Britannica was built, now we can see, what about BRI? Right? How does BRI compare to this house? So BRI looks something like this. There is just a pillar. We don't know what it's standing on, and we don't know what it's holding together. You could say that, it's China's attempt to build global influence. Yes, that's probably what it is. If it is so, it's not really, holding together something as big as Pax Britannica, right? It's trying to build Chinese influence around the world. So it's just one pillar. And that, as all of us know as engineers, one pillar is not enough to hold up any structure, right? So I suppose that is the reason why the Chinese decided that they need to build new pillars, right? So if you look at the new one, as of date, they're trying to create a global development initiative, a global security initiative, and a global civilization initiative. But even these three pillars, is unclear what they're holding together. What's the edifice they're holding together? What are they resting on? So I would submit that to the question of whether BRI is like Pax Britannica, the answer is no. BRI is just a pillar. It is one initiative to build Chinese influence in the 21st century. If the Chinese have to attempt something on the level of Pax Britannica, BRI is absolutely inadequate. Maybe with the GDI, GSI, GCI, they'll be able to do something better. But my submission is even these two are woefully inadequate, because the kind of advantages and the structures and the components Britain had 200 years ago, even that is not available to the Chinese today. And we're talking about the 21st century, which is globalized, informatized, and so on. So those structures of GDI, GSI, GCI will certainly not be enough to hold together a world system which is defined by China. It might extend Chinese influence a lot more than what it is right now, but certainly not building a world order of that scale, because there are a lot of missing pieces, right? There are very, very important missing pieces which are important to build together this edifice. So what we'll try and do is now try to build castles in the air, right? We'll try and think about how do we construct. Let's say we are in China and we are in Beijing, and we've been asked to construct something similar like Pax Britannica. What would we do? How would Pax Sinica look like, right? So let's do this hypothetical exercise. Now, if you want to create Pax Sinica, you could say that the infrastructure initiatives are already in place. The Belt and Road Initiative, with its the $1 trillion+ of investment, has built infrastructure in various parts of the world, and the GDI in the coming years will sort of extend that. Okay, so the physical infrastructure will be built, and that's part of BRI. The second is it will need China-centric trading blocks, right? Whether it's the RCP, BRICS, we don't know. The Chinese are trying to build this. It's not exactly a great success, because the United States, Europe are also great trading partners. Of course, in East Asia, there is a China-centered trading system, but even that is not a dominated or determined by Chinese rules or by Chinese ways of movement, right? Then the third is in the digital space. The Chinese are constructing what I would call a digital sinosphere based on Chinese technology, Chinese companies, Chinese ways of, all the way from infrastructure to operating systems to services, apps and services. Well, they're trying to do that. So there is a digital element to this. Then they're trying to build a security architecture around the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which brings together several parts, important players in the Eurasian space. And finally, there is a semi-global military power projection. To Corbett and Mehan, we should add Gorshkov and Admiral Liu Huaqing, you would call him. Admiral Gorshkov, the Soviet strategist, talked about submarines, which I think the Chinese Navy, was imbibed very quickly. They looked at using submarine power as a quick way to counter American surface power in the 90s and the 2000s. So they went on a submarine building spree. And after Admiral Liu Huaqing closed his eyes, he said, "I won't close my eyes until we have an aircraft carrier. So I will die, but I won't close my eyes until I have an aircraft carrier." So once they bought the first aircraft carrier, when Admiral Liu closed his eyes, they started building a surface fleet. So now, if you look at the Chinese maritime power projection, it's both undersea and above sea and in the air, right? So it's an entirely different way of thinking, and which is what I meant when I said at the very outset that I think our people, our naval strategists, also have to think of our own ways of looking at maritime power and sea power, which is way different from what has happened in the past. There are commonalities, but we are looking at a very, very different world in a very, very different century. So I think we should also be looking at our own way of thinking, which could take the best from everybody. It's not like you have to reinvent everything, but at least have some originality in the way we think of maritime power and strategy. Okay. Now, if these are the components of the Chinese pillars, what might they want? What do they need? The pillars are important, right? So, the foundations are important. They need peaceful relations with the United States. They need amicable ties with its key neighbors, including India, India, Japan, Korea, East Asian countries. They need peaceful and amicable ties with key neighbors, and they need a very peaceful West Asia, from where they get their fuel and energy from. Right now, this is the castle in the air. Right, this is what might hold together a Pax Sinica, even if that ideology there, which we talked about, if the British had liberalism and a kind of liberal imperialism, will the Chinese idea of world affairs be appealing enough to the rest of the world? That's very much in doubt, right? So let's ask this: if that is the edifice of Pax Sinica, can the PRC, can the People's Republic of China actually create a Pax Sinica? Well, first of all, I don't think that there is a very coherent idea of what they want to do with the world order. I don't think this system, which I will just show you, this idea of a Chinese world order, where there is a China, which is the middle kingdom, and everybody else is a tributary. I don't think this appeals to a whole lot of people in the world, right? So this is a world where everybody is talking about hyper self-determination, where small little ethnic groups want to have independence and their own autonomy. They are not going to necessarily like a homogenized, top-down, centralized Chinese political system and political ideology, right? So I don't think there is a very attractive proposition in terms of what Pax Sinica stands for ideologically. Well, a lot of countries want to be freed from the interference of the Western powers, but just being free from the West doesn't mean that you have something different, right? Are the pillars adequate? I think I won't belabor the point. I think from looking at the pillars itself, you will see that the pillars might not be adequate to build a world order. Maybe expand the sphere of influence, but not build a world order. Will the geopolitics allow the foundations, all three foundations on which something like the pillars of Pax Sinica will stand on do not exist? You know, they don't have amicable relations with their neighbors. They don't have peaceful ties with the United States. They don't have a peaceful Middle East. So it's unlikely that the pillars will stand. The geo-economic system, it's unlikely again because if you look at the way China has built its economic power, it's on taking the economy from everybody else. It's taking jobs, taking investments, taking industry, taking the economic hearts from everybody else and putting it in China, right? So it's unlikely that grabbing everything from around the world and making your economy will be a pattern for you to engage other economies, right? At the very heart of it. I'm cutting a whole lot of the economic analysis short, but I'm just saying that the PRC does not necessarily mean that it's a wonderful economic model. By the way, at the peak of Pax Britannica, Britain was not even self-sufficient in food. For most of its goods and services, essential goods and services in the 1890s, Britain needed to trade with its colonies, with the external world. Right? So it was not all in Britain; it was all around the world, which Britain was part of.
Could you just conclude quickly, please?
Yeah. So I'm done. So the question is, can BRI create economic engines? I think not. So what I want to leave you with is the idea that the BRI and its descendants don't amount to a Pax Sinica. Beijing's centralized thinking and state domination are unlikely to create a world system. And China's concept of international relations is unacceptable to the world's major power. So I'd rest it here and then we can do the rest if there are any in the Q&A. I'm sorry if I've exceeded my time by a few minutes.
No, very comprehensive and very interesting. Thank you so much, Nitin. So we've had three very comprehensive and very interesting presentations. I know what's happening to your bellies. You're all waiting for samosas and jalebis and whatever have you in the stand easy. Therefore, I will offer just time for two questions. But before that, let me conclude that the first session by the midshipmen, which was very comprehensively covered, one has to remember, firstly, that invention is the mother of necessity. Secondly, there was a huge change just after the Second World War. And that change involved all research in defense as it took off from the Second World War. During the Second World War, the radar got invented. All research in defense, which started off in America and before that in Britain, spread to dual use thereafter. And therefore, the second use was extremely expensive because R&D in America or in Britain for militaries was very expensive. Are you aware how did GPS come about? Only for the Polaris-bearing submarines, the SSBNs of the Americans. They needed absolutely accurate pinpointing rather than waiting on inertial navigation systems which had their inherent errors. So they charged MIT in the 60s to come out with some kind of a constellation, if it is possible, to pinpoint on GPS. And that's how GPS came up. First with 7, then a constellation of 24 satellites. Now, of course, a large number of them have decayed. That technology meant that the Magnavox monstrosity, which came in 1978 to 2 of our ships as part of Monex 1978, sponsored by the IMD, but heavily financed by some Western countries to study the southwest monsoons. So 2 of the B class, the old Brahmaputra class, got the Magnavox. It was that big, like the vintage, like the antiquity in the television sets that used to come at that time, costing $7,000. And now you've got GPS on your watch, on your Fitbit, and on your golf watches. For nothing, for no price. How has this change come about? As I said, at that time it was DARPA or ARPA that was actually steering research and development, which was then passed down in its unclassed version to civilian use. Today it is the other way around, starting with Teflon. When it comes to so the revolution in military affairs, as I said day before yesterday, didn't start all of a sudden at the turn of the century. It started 3000 BC, when stones were used initially to sharpen, and thereafter spears with heads of stones. Revolution continues. It continues not apace, but much faster than the speed of light today. When it comes to the second presentation by Admiral Shekhande, you have to understand that Mahan and Corbett were two different individuals. Both were the greatest strategic thinkers insofar as navies are concerned. Mahan, in naval uniform, taught at the Naval War College. Corbett was a civilian, also studied law and practiced law. And yet, that rang a bell. And therefore, both of them did very comprehensive studies. So I call them educators rather than just strategic thinkers. And when you read, as I said, not just the magnum opus in each case, read more and more, so that you don't get stuck with just one idea, command of the sea or commodity denial, or both. And finally, with Mr. Nitin Pai, whose CV you saw makes him such a versatile human being, from an electrical engineer to delivering talks on geopolitics and also running graduate programs in his institution. What was Pax Britannica? What do you understand by Pax? It's a Latin word, means peace, the British peace. And as he explained to you, can BRI be equated to Pax Sinica? Not at all. There is an element of geoeconomics in BRI, but the idea of the Chinese is entirely different. Create dependencies without calling them dependencies. But most of those who are suffering, including the Sri Lankans because of what happened to Hambantota, have started realizing there are no free lunches. Just to give you a short example, when the Chinese say, I am making 85% finance for so-and-so project in Colombo, or in Bangladesh, or in Tanzania, or in Djibouti, it's soft loan, 2%. Please remember, there's something called LIBOR, London Interbanking Operational Rate, which is almost 8 to 9% at any time. 2 plus 8, 10%. You cannot even service your debt. That's what happened in Sri Lanka for that. And in any case, the British Empire, when it expanded to its maximum in 1914, it had done something entirely different, and therefore the term Pax Britannica was coined. China is in the business of acquisition of complex. By spending his trillion, which he has already done, but he's also suffering because the world has been going through a silent recession. There is a shortage of demand. So you need to understand all this. Since I said there is shortage of time, I will leave the floor open to questions, but only 2 questions. And that should make many of you very happy that there are not more. Raise your hands. Otherwise, no jalebis. Yeah, there you are.
Morning, sir. My question is to Midshipman Syndicate. During World War II, the Germans developed the radar before the Britishers. But why do you think they were not able to capitalize on it and use it effectively during the war?
All right. Yeah. Come over here.
Right, so the Germans developed radar before the British. Mr. Christian Halsmeyer had developed the radar, and Heinrich Hertz had developed radio waves. So the issue with Germans was that they developed a kind of technology where the radar could be employed on single aircraft, and it was very accurate. But they could not direct the entire fleet in a single go. But the British developed a system where it was not very accurate, but still they could direct the entire fleet in a single go. So the Germans thought that it was not effective, and so they did not develop more upon it. But the British, on the other hand, kept on pounding on it, and they eventually developed the cavity magnetron. The technology went to the US, where they worked upon it at the RAD lab. So the difference was that Germans left the technology as it was, and the US and the UK, they kept pondering on it, and slowly and eventually they were able to capitalize on it. That is why the US and the UK won the World War II and not the Germans.
Thank you. There is a similar example of who invented the ballistic missile or kinetic energy, which would send a rocket vertically up. But that should be left to another day. And who benefited from it the most? Next question, second. The last question. Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, sir. My question is to Sir Nitin Pai. My question is regarding to the recent G20 summit, which was recently held in India. And India's ambition was to develop a geoeconomic route linking India, Middle East, all the way up to Europe. So can a possible Pax Indica ever materialize? And even if it does materialize, what will be its component pillars and foundations?
Nitin, have you got that?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
Thank you. I think a very good question. See, I have maybe let me just respond to this. Okay. First of all, I think there's been a longest time since this guy called George Tanham wrote in the 1990s that India lacks a strategic culture. People have been, saying, oh, Indians don't have strategic culture, India don't have a grand strategy, and so on. I disagree. India has had a grand strategy from the time of at least the Mauryan Empire. And the grand strategy is simply this: we want to keep the subcontinent under one regime. I think in terms of India's strategic imagination, we don't have designs, Alexandrian designs of conquering other countries and putting an Indian flag and, ruling over other places. I think the strategic culture is, and the grand strategy is to keep the subcontinent under one regime, which we have achieved, I think, historically in 1947, 1950, where the Republic of India is probably the largest geographical state that has obtained on the Indian subcontinent. So a Pax Indica is not the kind of Britannica, Americana, Sainica which looks at empire as much as it looks at its own self-development and growth, happiness, welfare of its own citizens and people. Now, this can be done through by being an economic engine, by having free trade, by ensuring the prosperity from India spreads to other parts of the world, and by securing the very important parts of the world that are necessary for this prosperity, which would be the Indian Ocean region, which would be the space over our subcontinent, which would be cyberspace and the information space, right? So I don't think we should look at Pax Indica in the same kind of a mindset as a European general would look at, which is, conquering and establishing far-flung colonies around the world. It's more about developing ourselves, being independent, being able to give a better life and happiness for our citizens. That's what Pax Indica would look like.
Thank you. That ends this session. May I request you all to join me in applauding very warmly the panelists of today's session. Okay, all yours.
Thank you, sir, for explaining the minute details and engaging us to such an extent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through the session and it is time to take a break. For the online attendees, we will see you on the other side in precisely 20 minutes. I request all speakers and online viewers to join us back at 1100 hours post tea break.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the final session of the two-day Dilli series CPA seminar on harnessing CPA for national security. In such times, when CPA turns out to be more of a necessity than just an asset, it seems apt that we conclude this year's seminar with our fourth session on the strategic dynamics of CPA. Moderating a power-packed session of luminaries such as Vice Admiral G. Ashok Kumar, Captain Prashant Mohanan, Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, and Dr. Anit Mukherjee is no mean feat. It is pertinent to mention that Dr. Anit Mukherjee has joined us from London today. Thus, we needed a chairperson of excellence. I'm glad and honored to invite Admiral Sunil Lamba to chair and moderate the fourth session. Admiral Sunil Lamba is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, Khadakwasla, the Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, the College of Defence Management, Sikandrabad, and the Royal College of Defence Studies, London. In the earlier segment of his illustrious naval career, spanning some 4 decades, the Admiral, who is a specialist in navigation and aircraft direction, served as a navigation, direction, and operations officer aboard several ships in both the Eastern and Western fleets of the Indian Navy. He has tenanted a number of important appointments at sea and ashore, the latter in various headquarters, operational and training establishments, as also tri-service institutions. His sea tenures include the command of the INS Kakinada, a specialized mine countermeasures vessel, the INS Himgiri, an indigenous Leander-class frigate, INS Ranvijay, a Rajput-class guided missile destroyer, and INS Mumbai, an indigenous Delhi-class guided missile destroyer. He's also been the executive officer of the aircraft carrier, the Virat, and served with great distinction as the Fleet Operations Officer of the Western Fleet. With multiple tenures on the training staff of India's premier training establishments, Admiral Sunil Lamba has been deeply engaged with professional training, the shaping of India's future leadership, and the skilling of the officers of the Indian Armed Forces. As the Chief of Staff of the Southern Naval Command, he was responsible for the transformation of the training methodology for the future Indian Navy. Admiral Sunil Lamba was thereafter appointed Flag Officer Sea Training and ushered in a whole slew of measures to greatly enhance the battle effectiveness of Indian warships and rationalize their combat manning. Later, as a Flag Officer commanding Maharashtra and Gujarat Naval Area, he implemented significant coastal security initiatives and multi-agency coordination mechanisms, which have since ensured safe seas and secure coasts along India's western seaboard. As a Vice Admiral, he has been the Chief of Staff of the Eastern Naval Command, and thereafter took over as the Commandant of the prestigious National Defence College, New Delhi. Upon his appointment as the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, the Admiral streamlined the framework for transformation of the Navy's combat capabilities and infrastructure development. The several tri-service initiatives that he launched have made a lasting contribution towards integration and jointness. He assumed command of the Indian Navy as the 23rd Chief of Naval Staff on the 31st of May 2016. He was appointed Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee on the 31st of December 2016, and his contribution to tri-service synergy is legendary. On his retirement, he took over as the Chairman of the National Maritime Foundation from June 2019 to January 2022. Now, I request Admiral Sunil Lamba to take over the proceedings of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Admiral Nair, Commandant INA, Flag Officers, Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. And on behalf of my panelists and myself, I'd like to thank INA for giving us this opportunity of interacting with all of you. In this session, we are going to examine strategic dynamics of CPAR under two headings, that is cooperation, collaboration, and coercion, tenets of CPAR, and the second, India's maritime strategy in the changing global order. You will all agree with me that there is little dispute over the assertion that the world today is characterized by multi-layered, multifaceted diversity from political, demographic, economic, environmental, and strategic viewpoints. We are living in a period of strategic uncertainty while the world is moving towards a multipolar world. There are a number of drivers today, and to name a few, the ongoing technological shift of the technological center of gravity shift from the west to the east, whether you take AI, quantum, 5G, or the world economic matrix has also changed, and there is a major change in the global economic cloud. China is using its economic cloud to gain geostrategic and advantages and changes to her own advantages. There is a quest for resources, both access and control, which is growing particularly in the global commons, be it ocean, space, or the cyber world. Then there is the major driver of the impact of climate change. There are a number of strategic trends which come out of these drivers. One is the ongoing power transition and diffusion, especially in the Indo-Pacific. China is starting to rival the United States, particularly in the Western Pacific. And the current institutions and mechanisms which were set up post the Second World War and the norms of international systems are failing to accommodate the balance of shifting power. It's becoming more and more difficult to forge internationally binding treaties today. There are regional instabilities in the world. You look at Europe, you have the Russian-Ukraine war. In the Western Pacific, you have the South China Sea, the East China Sea, the Strait of Taiwan, and also the Middle East, the ongoing conflict in Gaza and in Lebanon. Today, the Indo-Pacific region has emerged as the global center of gravity, primarily due to the growth of the national power of China. She has the largest shipbuilding industry in the world, almost 42%, the largest navy, already topping 375 platforms and growing by leaps and bounds, the largest coast guard in the world, the largest maritime militia, the largest fishing fleet, and slowly having the largest merchant fleet in the world. So she is a maritime power to be gained with. I'll stop here. We have four speakers in this session. The first of them is Dr. Vijay Sakhuja. He is a strategic affairs expert and currently holds a position of professor and head of Center of Excellence for Geopolitics and International Studies at Reva University, Bangalore. He's an emeritus research faculty of Rashtriya Raksha University in Gandhinagar. He's very conveniently forgotten one part of in his CV, that he's an ex-naval officer, served with distinction for over 20 years. He also headed the National Maritime Foundation as its director. He has over 50 books, volumes, and monograms to his credit. His current areas of research are Cold War 2.0 and NAM 2.0. Vijay, you have 25 minutes. I'll give you a buzz with 3 minutes to go. Over to you.
Thank you, Admiral. At the outset, allow me to thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. It's both an honor and a privilege for me to participate in the Dilli series CPA seminar. The subjects are chosen for this seminar, I think, seminal in those many terms. and merit debate and discussion. And for that, I must compliment the organizers to have selected this when we are confronting a very, very turbulent times, as explained to us by the chair. Allow me to share my slides, please. I think there is some difficulty. Maybe I'll ask the organizers to play the slides for me. That'll be better. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. Well, the organizers asked me to speak on three facets, or rather tenets of CPAR, and they flagged cooperation, collaboration, coercion. And going through the literature review, I noticed that another word could be added, compellence. So it's all 4 C's that I'm going to talk about. And when I was building up my argument for these 4, let's say, tenets, I'd call them again, I found there's a continuity and change. So what we are seeing now is nothing new. It's been happening. So my argument during this presentation would be in terms that it has been happening in the ancient times. It was practiced. Somehow it was not theorized. Rather, much of the scholarship and theorization has come from the Western world. James Cable, I'm going to very briefly talk about. And I'm sure the scholars and the students at the Naval Academy would certainly be quite familiar with these terms, rather these names, James Cable, etc. So without moving, let me build it up to, making my arguments. Can I have the next slide, please? Well, essentially, if you look at it from conceptual issues, this is, these 4 words appear as part of social instincts, and we practice them on a daily basis. We talk about teamwork, we talk about collaboration, we talk about cooperation, and but when you disaggregate, as a matter of fact, rather try to understand these words separately or in terms of their verticals, we find that they mean differently. In a sense, when we are talking about collaboration, we are talking about sharing the load amongst the collaborators. Then there is also a kind of an overlapping feature which comes in cooperation and collaboration. But the central difference between these 2 terminologies would be ownership. Who owns it? At the end of the day, you cooperate, collaborate, but the ownership is the one which makes the difference. Also, when I understand this, from a theoretical perspective, I find that cooperation requires less investment than collaboration. The next one, please. We also work about, forced cooperation, which is through coercion and compellence. Coercion, in a way, can be defined as cooperation, but conducted under duress or threat of use of force. It is by no means, very understandably, that it is not friendly. There's nothing comfort zone in it. But then, at the end of the day, it is cooperation nonetheless. Then there is also another associated term which comes in compellence, which is much more explicit and clear. And that would mean threat intended to make an adversary do something, and it all entails a punishment until the adversary acts. The next one, please. But having seen these 4 terms, the 4 C's that I talked about, and these are all part of social behavior, social kind of conduct of business. And I find its usage even in businesses. I must share with you one of my MBA scholars. He is working on the whole theory and practice of acquisitions. And there we find that this is how it goes about. Both these 4 terms appear over there. But when we look at it from business, beyond businesses and beyond our own understanding as human behavior or human instincts as such, we find that it is part of the statecraft. And states do the same thing: cooperation, collaboration, compellence. And there is always this so-called the competitive element which goes along with it. And if sea power is a part of the statecraft, or the tool of the statecraft, then we find, I think, these four would appear in some form or the other, helping the state to achieve what its national interests are. We all know, you've been taught about this diplomatic, military, and policing roles that the CPA brings to us, and navies conduct combat, benign, and constabulary operations to support a state's domestic and foreign policy objectives. So cooperation, collaboration are exercised during peacetime and wartime. That is evident. I mean, it's a near continuous process. It is at play in every moment, in every conduct of business that happens at sea. Coercion, on the other hand, if we were to look at carefully, is practiced through coercive diplomacy. And coercive diplomacy appears very often when we talk about diplomatic initiatives, or for that matter, in diplomacy. And we could have a kind of, in a way, one were to read it and deeper, one would find that there is a kind of coercive diplomacy at play as far as, sorry, is at play when we are talking about international relations, particularly when states, or maybe, stretching my imagination a little far, India, Canada could be a very, very good example, which is now going on in some form or the other. And as a student of international relations, we find that diplomacy itself is, as a matter of girded in compellence, cooperation, collaboration. That's the purpose of our diplomats who are deployed in various missions overseas. Of course, the naval task forces serve as a substantive, we all know, as political directive of the motivation, intent, capabilities against the adversary in a given situation. Next slide, please. Other two terms which probably missed out are dissuasion and persuasion. So you find that our glossary of terms relating to diplomacy, naval diplomacy, in some form or the other, keeps on increasing. And as a matter of fact, it would also merit an attention in the form of that each one probably would form and require a different kind of a toolkit to respond to. So in our security discourse, and it is practiced, particularly by the military, so dissuasion, persuasion is also a factor which appears in our discussions. The use of navies to support humanitarian efforts, I mean, that's disaster diplomacy. This is a more recent term, and it is, to my mind, it is both symbolic and as also substantive kind of a projection of states' power in the international system. That this is, while the navies would bring in terms of a coercion or a competition, there is also the benign element which comes into it. The next slide, please. Now, we've all been treated to, since in our naval careers, about the Western discourses. As a matter of fact, many in India would swear by Mahan. Of course, it was referred to in the last session, or I will recall Corbett, right? So there is also a kind of maritime thought for which I've been working for a while to bring in Indian maritime knowledge system. And when I go back into Arthashastra, I find there's a very rich kind of conduct of maritime business. In that, the leaders then would have a very sophisticated understanding of what maritime issues would be, what shipbuilding would be. We have a very fine documentation in terms of kind of wood to be used, Yukti Kalapatru, which tells the science of botany, of course, but then it tells you the kind of wood. There's a richness in terms of how maritime security is to be practiced, how maritime crime is to be dealt with. So probably when we start looking at, because the West theorized the entire concept of maritime power, and we've taken it on, but it is time now for us to start looking back into Arthashastra and see where it came from, with a rich legacy, as we talk about in our discussion, debates, and our political leaders often make a reference of our civilizational richness in maritime. Coming back to my slide again, you find Lutwak talking about, he talks about suasion, the ability of a nation to use naval power for political purposes. Ken Booth avers maritime power has a well-girded pawl, dip, mill roles, and it could be deployed against the adversary in a given situation. And naval task forces in that context would be substantive political directive of the motive MIC. So you find that the scholarship which has been built, essentially it's Western sources, and we probably try to read on those, and it gives us a kind of a signage of sorts to suggest that we have to get back to our classics to see that there was this richness about such similar ideas and concepts. Next slide, please. James Cable's, you're all familiar, gunboat diplomacy. We refer to it often, discussions, papers, enough is written on this. Again, it's a Western discourse. My aim is not to suggest the Western discourse is not rich. Probably it is time for us to get back to our own classics and see how, because after all, we were also a maritime power, a very, very strong and a prominent maritime power in those centuries, Mauryas, and then thereafter several other states have practiced it. Now, James Cable, navies can be used in coercive mode. He talks about coercive diplomacy. And then he lists out definitive force, peaceful force, catalytic force, and expressive force. These create what we could call as crucial psychological pressure on the enemy, thereby signaling intention. Now, all this has been written extensively. I was hoping that I will put the jacket covers of these authors, their publications, probably for us to mull over. But then I find that I've squeezed by time. But then this is what the scholars at the Naval Academy could look at. The next one, please. Now, let me quickly go on. What is it that I talked about? I recall the ancient times, and I kept saying there is a richness in maritime. And when I look at the Cholas particularly, I find we are able to figure out what exactly was going on. The Cholas naval expedition. I'm happy to share, I have done field work on this and published book on the Cholas naval expedition. And my reading and my understanding and my research tells me that there was a coercive element. There was also this expansionist element. There was diplomacy. So it is not that you have just four of them doing in verticals. There is a spillage. So sometimes the toolkit probably would require to be flexible enough to pursue a particular element of coercion, cooperation, collaboration, and compellence. So here we have example, and having visited four of the 10 of the destinations as part of my research, I found there was a kind of a lateral expansion that the Cholas had. The next slide, please. So when we go into evidences, after all, historians tell us where is the evidence. And when we look at it, we found, although there is no credible evidence to determine the cause of the dispute between the Cholas and the Srivijaya, but we understand from various other scholarship which come out, unfavorable trade practices favoring China, commercial rivalry. As a matter of fact, when you see this point, bullet point number 2, you find that this is being practiced. As much as states pursue this kind of practices in terms of conduct of international relations, international trade. So there is a huge element, as I said, in terms of continuity, but of course there is a change. Then there was also, as I said, Chola pattern of compulsive expansion. And the Bay of Bengal came to be referred to as the Chola Lake. Also, we find that as part of the scholarship that is built upon the Cholas, we find there was also that intention among the Chola kings to look at how to use these sea lines of communication to facilitate it between India and China. So here is a very good example for us that all the four elements, the seas that I'm talking of, were not only showcased, but were practiced by the Cholas. Please move to the next slide, please. Then we have a cultural diplomacy, the soft power. We find that there were viharas built at Kudamani Vihara, which is in Nagapattinam. And there, when you go and see this, you find that there was a cultural factor. As a matter of fact, Srivijaya kings wanted the Cholas to build for them, of course, with their support, viharas, where the Srivijaya traders could come and rest. So there was this conduct also. While there was a coercive element, there was this cultural diplomacy. So there is Vihara's concept or Vihara diplomacy, or for that matter, in modern terms, we call it cultural diplomacy. The next one, please. Let's look at the Chinese. Why I have chosen the Indian and the Chinese? Because in my work on the Asian maritime power for the 21st century, where I'm trying to look at statecraft within the construct of several of such pillars that I mentioned about, I find the Chinese, of course, we are familiar with Chang Ho, the Zhang He, as we would call it. He's gone about it coming to the Indian Ocean. We recall it in our writings, etc. He was here in this part of the world as part of projecting China's glory, the Confucius order, building trade relations, and not to forget to build and establish suzerainty, and as also look for sovereignty. Now, suzerainty was very, very important so that the tributary system could be kept on. So you find that these four facets, the tenets of the sea power, have been practiced since ancient times, and more could be added to this discourse. The next one. And having said that, now let me disaggregate each one of these four pillars that I talked about. We have this the more modern times. Of course, I refer to the ancient part of it, and coming more contemporary. The US, created an idea that all ocean alliance. This was during the Cold War. What did it mean? An association of seagoing trading states that could join together to provide mutual security against potential totalitarian adversaries. We are talking about during the Cold War. You can well imagine what kind of structure they were looking. Then the idea came about a 1,000-ship Navy, TSN. Declining force levels in the US. What do? You bring in others also. We are unable. There are issues such as even low threshold issues such as cost overruns in new shipbuilding program was one of the triggers that the Navy was sinking in those many terms in numbers. So they wanted to create a 1,000-ship Navy. But we see shades of those as we talk about multiple task forces that are deployed. You bring in forces from different for the purpose of conduct of a mission or a common threat that you all feel. And not to forget, we have Proliferation Security Initiative. These come out after the 2001 terrorist attack in the United States. These make it much clear, explicit and clear to us that how states will now gravitate towards one issue and for checking in the weapons of mass destruction, intercepting them. States may not be comfortable. For India, as I understand, they were most uncomfortable with it. They would still go by the 1982 UNCLOS. Then there were other positive issues such as Container Security Initiative, Regional Maritime Security Initiative. Then there was this Eyes in the sub-regional level, you went to Eyes in the Sky Initiative. So a lot of cooperation. The next one, please. But ladies and gentlemen, the problem is there is a very, very interesting cooperation. To my mind, as a scholar of international relations, I find there is cooperation overload. Is it good, bad? This is one of the important issues that comes to my mind. And if you look at the 3 decades after the Cold War, we've had a relative peace in the 90s. Since 2001, I think the whole world was now gravitating into non-traditional security threats. And then suddenly by 2015, 2016, as things warm up and heat up in South China Sea, we find that competition is back. And today we are scholars like me who are talking about Cold War 2.0. Now, here we find that how does maritime multilateralism, which is built around cooperation or cooperative, or rather I call it cooperation abundance or cooperation overload, how does that fit in? While non-traditional security threats would be very much acceptable, amenable to, states would be amenable to, but when it comes to competition, I will talk about that a little later. They are now fault lines, the fractures have started to build up. The next one, please. Then we are all familiar. Quad has been referred to. Chair for this session made a reference to it. I think I find that the Quad is now, as it is mutating, I call it mutation. It is changing. We have Quad +1, +2. Then suddenly you find Quad -1, -2. So several combinations, triangles of sorts have started to emerge. But the Quad itself is mutating in terms of even if its content. The new ideas coming in. You see the joint statement coming the Indo-US, or for that matter, Quad Summit, the latest Quad Summit joint statement which comes out, it has got so many new elements. As a matter of fact, it's an area of research that how new elements are being added into the Quad in terms of if you can cull it out from the statement. This is very interesting. Then we are now into a new multipolarity. We're talking about people like us who would talk about Cold War 2.0. But then there's this benign element called the AOIP, the IPOIs. As a matter of fact, this alphabet soup, which is now being built up, I think it's creating more problems. But are more problematic, and coercion, collaboration, and cooperation, etc., are being tested when we talk about NATO making a beeline for the Indo-Pacific. And then this is flavored with Indo-Pacific 4 or the Asia-Pacific 4, 4 of the Indo-Pacific nations, Japan, Korea. We have New Zealand and Australia now forming up IP4 or AP4 and being part of the NATO. So now how do you try to understand this kind of strategic dynamics that are there within the construct of cooperation, compellence? Who are they compelling? Who are they collaborating? And what for? Next slide, please. So we also talking about Asian NATO. The Chinese were up in arms. They said, why this Quad? Quad is an Asian NATO. But now we are confronted. The Japanese Prime Minister says, can there be an Asian NATO? Now, whose Asian NATO are we going to be talking about? This is a dilemma. You see the picture, our foreign minister telling a different history we have. He's talking about India and different ways of approaching NATO. So NATO is another element. Now, if you see, NATO brings with it a baggage of compellence, competition, collaboration, large kind of, let's say, within the European Union itself, so much of percentage to be spent on defense spending. So there is a kind of a complex kind of a situation which is being now built up with as we now move into Cold War 2.0. Next slide, please. So let's look at collaboration. This is very simple, straightforward. It's like the AUKUS you're familiar with. For our own sales, you look at the India, Soviet Union, Russia relationship. We built up, buyer's navy to a builder's navy. We've graduated from them, etc. Naval nuclear cooperation is perhaps very, very symbolic and substantive as far as collaboration is concerned. BrahMos is a very good example for us. And submarines, we go back into Germany, now talking about France, submarine technology. As a matter of fact, collaboration fits into the larger rubric of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Come join us, build here. So you have a very good example here of collaboration. The next one, please. Coercion, a series of examples. Now, look at the 1965 war. Indonesia dispatched a submarine to Pakistan to deter India, as also threatened to open another front in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. Now, this is a very classic case of coercion. We're talking about 1971. You're all familiar with the Enterprise incident. In Haiphong Harbor, 1972, we recall US Navy laid 36 mines as an alternate to a full-scale war deter. And then 1995-96, Chinese versus Taiwan presidential elections, they fire across the north of the island and south of the island. So you have from 1996 to 2024, next slide please, a very interesting which has happened in the last few days. This is what the PLA Navy is doing now, so-called the exercise Joint Sword 2024B. So you find that there is a kind of a continuity as far as South China Sea is concerned, the Chinese 1995, and then now 2030 years later, we are seeing a similar kind of a trend. So there will be a real continuity which goes on. It comes in a different form. It happens in a different region and has its own kind of dynamics and actors, of course. So what we're seeing is a kind of a dynamic state. And as we enter into the Cold War 2.0, as I emphasize again and again, that we will be confronted with, we'll have to look at these four elements carefully. Do we need a different kind of a toolkit for each of them? That is the biggest question for the navies to now mull over. If this has happened, which toolkit will be needed? Which basket would you like to put it in? And how do you respond to this? The next slide, please. Compellence, very simple, operate just below the threshold. That is, no, I'm going to trouble you, fine, but we're not going to get into an active, strategic kind of an engagement. And the purpose is do not attract a reaction. Now, 1962, the beginning of the Cold War, probably that's where how scholarship on Cold War tells us that it was the trigger for it. Now, that is well known. And those of you who have not probably read about it, you must read it, because we are seeing a kind of a similar trend which is happening and could be a seminal moment in this particular time, that we are now, some claim that we are already into Cold War 2.0. Barry Bouzon says, okay, we are already into it. Things may be different, but they have arrived on us. So compellence is part of the larger strategic competition which is going on at the international level. So very interesting. While we talk about military, we must also look at how does diplomacy built into this. China says one China policy, and it is using this as a strategy to dissuade countries that recognize Taiwan, de-recognize Taiwan. We will give you the money. Right, and compelling them to telling them to accept Beijing's goal of reunification, support us. Today we have a very interesting debate going on. Do we still follow one China policy? Does New Delhi have a new China policy?
Kusha, I got a minute to wind up.
Next slide, please. So here we are. I talked about the 4 C's. It was a coincidence that I brought in continuity and change, and we find we're going to see this in a near continuous process. They will be at play, and they will become part and parcel of our strategic discourse, as also part and parcel for the navies to conduct their businesses. Now, it'll be practiced, as I argued all along my presentation, it will be there during Cold War 2.0. And what will happen to these forces when we get more into autonomous warfare, as I call it, Industry 4.0 led warfare? New approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, probably we also need to understand that how does international law play into this? It is not just UNCLOS. There is much more to it. I think those are the dynamics will come in. And finally, let me conclude by suggesting, I think we have to understand these four terms also through our maritime knowledge, our ancient history, our practice, and in terms of how we conducted business. And how do we use it, or for that matter, in terms of conduct of foreign policy in contemporary time. Thank you very much for your attention. I've finished, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Sukuja. Our next presenter is Captain Prashant Mohanan, Commanding Officer of INS Shivalik. He's also commanded Cannonor and the corvette Khanjar. He is presenting the paper prepared by Rear Admiral Sushil Menon, the Flag Officer commanding Eastern Fleet. He had prepared this presentation. Unfortunately, he is busy with the Malabar exercise, which is taking place off the east coast of Visakhapatnam as the Eastern Fleet Commander. Admiral Menon is an alumnus of the Staff College in Indonesia, the Naval War College at Rhode Island, United States. He's commanded Kripan, Kolkata, and Vikramaditya. And prior to assuming his present position as Forceef, he was a Flag Officer Sea Training. Over to you, Mohanan.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Roger. Thank you. Let's put it in presentation mode. Yeah. Okay. Leave it. I'll control it. It's not moving. Not moving. Okay. Vice Admiral Praveen Nair, Admiral Lamba, flag officers, ladies and gentlemen. Next slide. My talk today is based on the paper authored by the Fleet Commander, Rear Admiral Sushil Menon, and over the next 25 minutes, I would resonate his views and thoughts on the subject. The tenets of sea power, as elucidated by the topic, are not being debated by me. I fully endorse them. These tenets can be articulated in many different ways, each with its own context and nuance. My belief is that the combination of the elements of cooperation, collaboration, and cohesion adequately provide the framework that manifest a variety of lines of effort to achieve national and military strategic aims. Additionally, the lines of effort of the Indian Navy, both in the strategic and operational domains, are well known, well documented, and well articulated. Therefore, it would be quite redundant to cover the same in this presentation. I will instead dwell upon the larger conceptual frameworks that encompass our accepted tenets of sea power. In the larger national context, the function of sea power would be to deliver security to the citizens in all forms. Simple as the task sounds, sea power today intersects with a world that is characterized by four facets. Firstly, increasing resort to war, and also a world less impacted by warfare between great powers and more by localized conflicts which attract the attention of great powers. Secondly, a cheap and easily available technology which empowers a small group of motivated individuals to trigger a regional or global response. Thirdly, national security risks associated with non-traditional threats, both in the general and social realms. And lastly, natural disasters and rapid climate change that change the seas and geography of the Earth's surface. in the backdrop, often termed as volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The application of sea power to realize our vision of a safe maritime domain that enables protecting vital Indian interests will need to be built on the three evident tenets of cooperation, collaboration, and cohesion. Having said that, I would like to now dwell on the stressors that define the outlook of the three tenets. Today, we see a decreased influence of sovereign states with non-state and individual actors possessing state-like powers. National security is therefore threatened by a coalition of transnational criminal and violent extremist organizations that this seems to be the order of the day. Another stressor, which is becoming a norm, is the limited sustainability of growing population competing for a diminishing vital resource like food, water, and energy. Further, developing and maintaining economic resilience to foster national prosperity in an increasingly competitive technological world possesses a multitude of challenges. This exposes national assets to worldwide competitions, forcing nations to seek new trade partners, create favorable physical and economic corridors, and strive to be a part of the global supply chain. And finally, we are increasingly seeing a world order based on interwoven national dependencies, where partnership will more often be driven by a force of a single defining event, anticipated or inadvertent. Stability will therefore be threatened by mass migration, leading to displacement of population and encroachment of national territories. Having seen the stressors, it is also important to understand the concept that will shape our philosophy of application of sea power in the current and future strategic landscape. I have narrowed this down to three concepts. The first concept being multi-nodal coalescence. After the Cold War, for a few decades, the world became unipolar, and as observers aver today, a multipolar paradigm seems to have emerged. In the future, there will be coalescence around nodes rather than alignment at various opposing poles, and hence the world will move towards multi-nodal coalescence. Countries within or at one node will not necessarily disagree with the views and beliefs of another node, and will interact with each other when the need arises or when the interests intersects. The second concept that I would like to introduce is networked focused groups. Alliances clad in watertight agreements with mutual non-aggression and rescue clauses will likely to be rendered impractical. Existing ones may endure, but a focus group approach will form the foundation of a new partnership of the future, and we will see countries coming together based on their focused approach to a common problem area. And finally, the concept of stability-instability paradigm. The factors for determining stability or instability will move away from the conventional markers like the form of government, political ideology, economic philosophy, and may need to be viewed through a broader inclusive lens. Though we must continue to champion the cause of universal democratic principles and human rights, measuring stability based on incompatibility in terms of cultural, religious, and political markers will have to be moderated, and a flexible foreign policy approach will necessarily take its place. Today, we see a great power rivalry between the US and China. This inevitably drags into the fray many other nations. The tyranny of distance and geographical remoteness in our maritime domain imposes various challenges and limitations, particularly in international relations, trade, communication, and defense. Therefore, maritime nations are forced to pursue the tenets of cooperation relationship with each other in the region, albeit in pursuit of their own individual national interests. Counterintuitively, along with this cooperation relationship, a competitive reality coexists. Major powers such as the United States, China, India, and other regional players have competing interests in the IOR. This competition can be attributed to the desire to influence strategic outcomes, preserve access to trade and resources, exercise control over maritime territories, and efforts to shape the regional order to their own advantage. This speaks of a complex security environment and therefore requires a clear understanding and deft application of the national elements and tenets of CPA. CPA as a national tool has to be applied in the context of our strategic environment, challenges both present and emerging, military posture, and most importantly, national will. In the larger context of the Indo-Pacific, this is largely governed by two factors. Firstly, and clearly evident, it is the increasing footprint of China in the region. The second and closely related factor is the comparative decline of the US alliance system, which has been striving for resurgence in the last few decades. This maritime tussle in our backyard has forced or motivated nations to use hedging strategies, seeking to gain advantage both from the rivalry and the interdependence of these two prominent maritime powers. As this power play unfolds in our own backyard, we cannot remain passive or reactive to the emerging dynamics. Therefore, as we examine the range and reach of options under the tenets of CPA, primacy and priority may have to be accorded to cooperation and collaboration, connotation in our region of influence with coercion not ever off the table. I would argue that, notwithstanding our fundamental cooperative and collaborative ethos, the political realistic method would be to be considered the dynamics of the region strategy as a zero-sum game. More the players in the fray, lesser our influence will be, especially if the other players bring better resources, faster responses, and more proactive approaches to the larger region in our immediate strategic neighborhood. We must have no doubt that our immediate and extended maritime domain is a canvas upon which India's aspirations for prosperity, self-reliance, and global influence are painted. And as India rises on the international stage, the maritime domain presents an arena where our interests converge with our values. Our foreign policy and strategic maritime articulations like the Look East, Act East policy, the IPOI, Sagar, and more recently, Maitri, emphasize the urgent need for a more cooperative and inclusive approach to maritime security. These accurately reflect our aspiration based on a constructivist vision, providing a template for many lines of efforts involving like-minded nations in our maritime space. Let us now address the issue of the dragon in our ocean. Applying CPA needs strategy, resource, and above all, focus on the clear and present danger. In our context, the China's rapid economic growth and its increasing role in global affairs have positioned it as a key player in our domain of strategic influence. As we examine China's role as our primary strategic competitor, it's important to recognize both the opportunities and challenges that it presents bring to the region, and consequently the calculus that must precede the application of the tenets of CPA. It is evident that China's wallet diplomacy through economic investments and aid packages lead to indebtedness that potentially compromises the sovereignty of recipient countries, thus influencing their decision-making process. This plays upon the hedging strategy adopted by the recipient nations as also their ability to openly support a rule-based maritime domain. Chinese investment and aid packages. Back, please. Back. Thank you. Chinese investment and aid packages have put pressure on other nations in the international organizations to respond with their own forms of economic assistance, creating a competition for influence and resources. China's military modernization and territorial assertiveness have raised concerns on a global scale, as also their overseas port projects. Be this as it may, the rising sea power of China in the military and diplomatic domains speak of the need to reassess and recast our own application of SEPA. The Indian Navy plays a significant and multifaceted role in pursuance and protection of India's strategic interests, maritime security concerns, and her commitment to promoting regional stability and cooperation. Our activities extend beyond safeguarding national waters. They encompass diplomatic engagements, regional partnerships, maritime security operations, and significant contributions to humanitarian efforts. The Indian Navy's cooperation and collaboration in the region demonstrate India's commitment to being a responsible maritime stakeholder, promoting regional stability and ensuring a peaceful environment where countries can cooperate, grow, and address common challenges. Our presence, capability, credibility, and persistence provide the avenues to quickly transition to cohesion should the first two tenets not elicit desired results. Speaking in more granular terms, for the application of the tenets of SEPA in the real world, we will have to devise solutions and opportunities in the distinct domains of balanced strategic outlook, focus on modernization and transformation, and foster national will for power projection. Our strategic outlook must be about voicing views, building consensus, and diffusing differences to avoid contestation in the IOR, and at the same time not display an overt aversion to the use of coercion, especially when a legitimate opportunity arises. India, on her part, has always been the champion and has always been the champion of the philosophy of an equal seat for everyone at the table, unity in thought and action, and the ethos of regional centrality at every international forum. The strategic aim being that our concerns are not neglected, sidelined, or relegated to the bottom of the priority list in the calculus of any other nation who also seek to exert influence in our vicinity. As present and unfolding events have indicated, the Indian Navy is on the right path, establishing itself as a formidable force in the IOR and the Indo-Pacific. At the strategic level, IN continues to influence the region as a flag bearer of various global and national initiatives, and at the operational level, our mission-based deployments throughout the IOR have increased the presence of the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy also has a well-defined modernization paradigm framed by clearly articulated doctrines and strategies governing our transformation. These serve to evolve the Indian Navy into a combat-ready, credible, cohesive, and future-ready force, which in turn is an enabler for undertaking a wide range of strategic and operational taskings, which in turn manifests itself as power projection. Power projection is typically realized through the aspects of multidimensionality, projection vectors, and networks and systems. In our maritime region of interest, the Indian Navy manifests power projection in three distinct ways: by positioning ourselves as a preferred security partner, establishing credibility as the first responder, and fostering the concept of collective maritime competence. India, as a nation, aspires to be a net security provider for our region. Admittedly, this is a Herculean task. However, as we step towards achieving the same, Indian Navy has taken on the mantle of being a preferred security partner to friendly maritime nations. In this endeavor, the Navy's persistent presence and preparedness across our areas of interest has been critical enabler in addressing shared security challenges and has amply displayed our primary focus on cooperation and collaboration while simultaneously remaining poised to manifest cohesion should it become necessary, however, within the ambit of a rule-based international order. As regards being a credible first responder, the Indian Navy has remained at the forefront in providing assistance over a wide spectrum of situations, including those related to natural disasters, medical emergencies, critical technical situations, and incident response, among numerous others. To catalyze, foster, and sustain collective maritime competence, the Indian Navy focuses on creating capacities and enhancing capabilities of friendly maritime forces. The details of these initiatives are well known and need no further elaboration. Each of these three lines of efforts provides for a calibrated application of the three elements of cooperation, collaboration, and cohesion. Notwithstanding our lines of efforts across a number of domains, an unambiguous and enduring strategy is needed to ensure that the tenets of sea power, as identified by us, deliver the desired outcomes. This entails asking obvious and even difficult questions. Our strategy to manifest effective sea power will therefore have to be based on the assessment of 4 distinct aspects. What are the specific challenges or requirements in our maritime domain? These could range from providing material or financial support, regional strategic support, creating a security blanket, and establishing enabling presence. The second, what are the factors that aggravate or amplify the strategic environment and which entails our facilitators or challengers? Thirdly, what domains are being disrupted by a challenger and to what degree is the effect of the strategic domain, be it reversible or irreversible? And lastly, what is our own capacity to mitigate the challenges, provide solutions, enhance rule-based order, and replace the disruptor? The foregoing problem statement is not new, be it articulated in the Thucydides trap or the Clausewitzian trinity or viewed as the interaction of mandalas as described in the Arthashastra. There are many models, playbooks, and templates to help understand the problem and also to design enduring solutions. It is my belief and my assertion that the solution will lie in the consideration and concentrated application of the tenets and sea powers singly or in an effective combination. The principles of war apply to both adversaries in duel. The winner, however, will be the one who has applied the principles of war more effectively and efficiently, with agility of the thought and action. This therefore makes it incumbent upon us to carry out a regular, pragmatic assessment of our lines of efforts and initiatives in support of our establishment tenets of sea power. The output of this assessment must be used to rework existing strategies, discard what does not work, and rapidly devise new ones. The ION's Maritime Security Strategy 2015 edition clearly gives us our mandate that is flashed on the screen. This leaves no ambiguity nor applies any limits to the means and ways to be adopted to protect, promote, and preserve ends, namely India's maritime interests. We are traversing through a contested present into an uncertain future. The future of global commons hinges on cooperative and collaborative efforts of maritime nations. We can deliver prosperity, security, and growth for all only if we cooperate and collaborate in the maritime domain. However, this is a currency that erodes fast in the face of challenge. Hence, the will, ability, and capability to manifest sea power in its cohesion form remains an integral and an inalienable part. Our maritime domain is ever-changing and requires us to formulate a time-sensitive, resource-oriented, and issue-based approach in pursuit of the tenets of sea power. India being the preeminent maritime power and the Indian Navy being a globally acknowledged maritime force in the Indo-Pacific, we can no longer afford to be ambivalent in the larger context of decisive and visible application of sea power. This directly links with the aspect of willingness to act, fostering trust, and most importantly, the ability to act in concert with the tenets of sea power. Restraint in the application of sea power has its place and a larger strategic significance. However, ceding to maritime space to a more aggressive or active entity would be incomparably more detrimental to our strategic aims and regional credibility. Being seen to uphold a principled strategy instead of a pragmatic one will deliver us diminishing returns in our evolving strategic landscape. The presence of a common and pervasive maritime threat provides a clear opportunity to create an iron-centric, equitable, cooperative, and collaborative maritime mechanism which will not shy away from coercion to pursue maritime goals. To state the obvious, our nations believe that maritime nations are necessarily a linked maritime community and oceans are a common heritage. important resources, as well as our shared destiny. In this endeavor, the Indian Navy must continue to play a key role in the manifestation of sea power by being postured and persistent in our efforts, patient and considerate in our engagements, while ensuring a stabilizing presence in the region. I have finished, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. We come to the second half of this session where now we look at India's maritime strategy in the changing global order. And we have two speakers. First is Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar. He's currently the National Maritime Security Coordinator at the National Security Council Secretariat. Ashok has commanded Kulish and Ranveer. He's also been a defense advisor in a high commission in Singapore. As a flag officer, he has tenated the appointments of flag officer sea training. He's been flag officer Maharashtra and Gujarat area, commandant of the National Defense Academy, the deputy chief, and retired as the vice chief of the Navy. Over to you, Ashok.
Sir.
You have 25 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'll just upload my presentation first. Yes, sir. Is that visible, sir?
It is.
Thank you, sir. Admiral Sunil Lamba, former CNS, Chairman COC, and my moderator. Vice Admiral Praveen Nair, Commandant Indian Naval Academy. And I was mentioned Admiral Anup Singh. I just saw him in the screen in the audience. Fellow panelists, cadets of Indian Naval Academy, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a privilege for me to be here this afternoon, although online, and to deliver this talk to an audience who essentially reflects the future of Maritime Security Force of India, and of course, some of our friendly foreign countries too. Let me thank the Commandant, Vice Admiral Praveen Nair, for this invite, and it's a privilege for me to be here. Okay, I will begin by providing an overview of Maritime India through a few important lenses, which are start points for any strategy development. At the recent Naval Commanders Conference last month, the Honorable Defense Minister had pointed out, and it's on the screen, that India was once seen as a landlocked country with seashores, but now it can be seen as an island country with land borders. In fact, I heard the CNS say this too yesterday. And this is because of a number of factors. India is a maritime nation. Jutting about 1,000 nautical miles into the Indian Ocean, India has a coastline of over 11,000 plus kilometers. So now you can please forget that 7,000 plus kilometers of earlier. This is by having measured through modern technical means. This is about to be promulgated by the Surveyor General of India soon. We also have 9 coastal states and 4 coastal union territories, 1,389 offlying islands, and an exclusive economic zone of 2.11 million square kilometers. In fact, once our extended continental shelf claims are accepted, India's total maritime area will then be equal to the land area of 3.2 million square kilometers. In addition to this, there is an extremely important economic dimension. As you all are probably aware and told a number of times during the seminar, 95% of India's trade is maritime in nature, traversing the international shipping lanes or ISLs that then truly become our economic lifelines. And because of that, the ports then become the economic gateways. And we have 12 major ports and 200 plus non-major ports. We also have about 3 lakh fishing vessels registered in our country. And another major factor is that 90% of our petroleum is either imported or produced offshore. Okay, the numbers and scope of maritime interests of our country are constantly on an upward trajectory because there are a number of maritime schemes and initiatives of the Government of India. I've just listed them out on the screen. India aims to be a developed nation or Viksit Bharat by 2047. And towards achieving this objective, India has accelerated its efforts at leveraging the maritime sector, including the blue economy. Our Prime Minister has stated that the blue chakra in our national flag represents the potential of blue economy and its centrality. Towards achieving the objectives of Viksit Bharat, some of the initiatives taken include the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047 and Sagarmala, both for the shipping sector, and the PMMSY or the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana for the fisheries sector. The shipping sector in particular is taking rapid strides in incentivizing shipping, shipbuilding, and ancillary industries. And similarly, the fisheries sector has also taken several initiatives to promote marine fisheries. Exploration and production activities have also been given a huge impetus. While island development across the country is progressing well, our ongoing deep ocean mission will better prepare India in the field of mineral extraction. We continue to conduct survey and research in the 3 ISA or the International Seabed Authority allocated areas that are spread far and wide in the Indian Ocean region. There is also considerable thrust in the field of blue economy, which also includes exploring opportunities for wind generation, mineral extraction, etc. Then we have Gati Shakti initiative for integrating infrastructure connectivity, including maritime infrastructure that is truly revolutionizing logistics in India. With all these, our maritime interests continue to grow, with implications on our maritime security strategy as well. Okay, let me touch upon some factors that are peculiar to the maritime domain and have a huge impact on any maritime strategy, and in particular, maritime security strategy. First is the concept of global commons that provides freedom of navigation to all ships and crafts at sea, irrespective of its type or the nationality, across the entire length and breadth of the sea. This actually complicates the maritime domain awareness, identifying vessels of interest, and thereby the maritime security situation. Next is the linkage between the maritime domain and national prosperity of every nation. With over 80% of global trade being maritime, and with nations turning to the seas for various resources, maritime security and a strategy to ensure it becomes inescapable. Next is the legal dimension at sea. I'm sure you've heard enough about UNCLOS being the constitution of the ocean, but it is not without its limitations. The weak laws in some aspects of maritime governance and the lack of necessary enforcement mechanisms add another complication in our quest for maritime security. The next point that I'd like to make on the subject is the multi-agency nature of maritime security. Over the years, India has progressively strengthened its governance mechanisms, especially for maritime security. The Kargil War and the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks were drivers for this transformation. The setting up of the office of the NMSC, that's me, at the NSCS in 2022 was a long-awaited step. This has facilitated a whole of government approach on matters related to maritime security in particular, but also on other matters related to the maritime domain. Over the past 2 years, we have been working at strengthening every dimension of maritime security across multiple sectors through better coordination and synchronization of efforts across ministries, departments, and the coastal states. And the final point here, that maritime security is not just multi-agency in country, but one that requires a multinational approach. The interconnectedness of the sea provides opportunities to cooperate, especially for ensuring regional security, and our foreign policy embraces the concept of Vishwamitra, or the friend of the world, and the Sagar vision encapsulates India's integrated approach to growth and security in the wider Indian Ocean region. Okay, now let me move on to the changing global order and what that does to the maritime security scenario. As you all are aware, the nature of maritime domain is such that developments anywhere can invariably have global impacts. the Russia-Ukraine conflict, or the crisis in the Red Sea, or the grounding of the MV Evergreen in the Suez Canal a few years back, are all examples of the impact of safety and security events on global shipping traffic and supply chains. Let me briefly touch upon some aspects of the changing global order with implications on India's maritime security. First, my first bullet is the impact of geopolitical developments on maritime security. The world today is in a turmoil. Conflicts are raging in Europe, West Asia, and Africa. Conflict in West Asia and its manifestation in the maritime domain through Houthi attacks in the Red Sea have impacted trade and global supply chains like never before. The monthly reports from the Indian Navy's IMAC, or the Information Management and Analysis Center, clearly shows as to how the number of ships that transited through the Gulf of Aden, which used to be about 3,600 pre-hostilities or pre-Houthi rebel attacks, has now dropped to about 1,200, which is a drop of about 66%. This has been coupled with concurrent rise of piracy, which has been suppressed by affirmative naval actions, in which Indian Navy actually literally played the lead role. The next issue is the fact that Indo-Pacific has emerged as a region of geopolitical contestation, making it one of the most troubled regions in the world. For instance, tensions in the South China Sea could also potentially lead to conflict. Our own trade that passes through the area, I mean the South China Sea, is about 55%, and hence it has huge repercussions for us. Thus, any geopolitical dynamics of the Indo-Pacific has a direct bearing on India's maritime security. This leads me to the legal aspect of the sea. The underlying principles of international law, as enshrined in UNCLOS, are increasingly under challenge, as you can see it all around. And this quite often leads to interstate and regional destabilization. Peaceful settlement of maritime boundaries remains a fundamental requirement for unhindered use of the sea and utilization of resources, which coastal states are entitled to by international law. While international legal system is under threat in various parts of the world, India has proved to be a flag bearer, like my previous speaker brought out too, and a follower of rules-based order. The Bay of Bengal arbitration case, for instance, is a classic example of peaceful settlement of disputes. It's our belief that lawful use of the sea must not be impeded by use of overwhelming force and with disregard to dispute settlement mechanisms. Yet another repercussion of the freedom that maritime law provides at sea is the possibility of misusing high seas freedom, such as for scientific research, for activities which could have military implications, and all these, and is an area of growing concern. These common areas also house the undersea cables, as was brought out in the last, one of the speakers in the last theme. And that supports, the undersea cable supports the internet and a highways for information and data exchange, through which about 99% of global communications, including financial services, travel, the security which is constantly now under threat. And of course, most, if not all, of the geopolitical and geostrategic developments across the world are fueled by economic considerations. In a globalized world, the sea route are the primary means of trade and transportation of goods. The growing requirement for resources and their dwindling availability becomes a key factor in the expanding national quest for resources. This quest, be it in disputed waters or in distant waters, in the sovereign zones of some other coastal state, tends to create competition and also precipitate conflict, unless handled through peaceful means. There is therefore also a concomitant need to protect own resources from being illegally exploited, for example, through illegal fishing. Now, with these factors, it is important for each one of us to remain conscious of the need to constantly remind ourselves the meaning, the scope, and the import of this term maritime security. For us in India, maritime security is defined as security from threats at and from the sea. I recall that in February 2008, at the launch of IONS, or the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, the then Prime Minister of India had defined maritime security as freedom from threats emanating in, from, or through the sea. Interestingly, there is no universal understanding of the concept of the term maritime security and remains largely contextual, and interpretations tend to vary. Now, if you look at the slide, I have attempted to group the threats at sea to maritime security, in the slide that is shown. It extends from state-on-state conflict, which I've indicated as war, to maritime terrorism, to armed non-traditional threats such as piracy and gun running, to threats to maritime law enforcement such as drug trafficking, smuggling, and poaching, to benign threats such as pollution at sea, cyclones, and tsunamis. And these threats, as is indicated on this slide, indicate that they affect every aspect of national security, from human security to energy security, economic security, food security, and environmental security. So these threats, however, have waxed and waned or morphed over time, but most threats are persistent, and some, such as piracy, as you all are aware, have existed through millennia. There is also an increasing nexus between different forms of threats, most of which threaten economies and even national security. The seamlessness of the maritime domain enables easy movement of maritime threats from one region to another. The spread of piracy from Somalia to the Arabian Sea, and in fact to waters close to Lakshadweep in 2011 is one such example, which of course was effectively fought by the Indian Navy by launching Op Island Watch. What is now of greater concern is the rapid evolution in the nature of threat at and from the sea. While the Mumbai blasts of 1993 and the 26/11 incident are reminders of the threats to maritime security from maritime terrorism, its evolution in the recent past is of great concern. We now have drones flying well into the sea to target specific merchant ships nearly 1,000 miles from the shore. There was, as you recall, an attempted takeover of a warship in Pakistan to ram into warships with specific countries at sea. We also had anchors being dropped by ships in the not too deep waters close to Bab el Mandeb that played havoc with undersea cables. We have some countries employing the concept of maritime militia to use lawfare as a means of warfare. And all these have dramatically changed the maritime security scenario. Availability of low-cost technologies is changing the character of warfare and also has implications for maritime security as such technologies become more easily available to non-state actors, both at low cost and at rapid timelines. Technology is also revolutionizing the maritime sector. Enhanced automation and ever-growing dependence on cyber domain, while bringing immense benefits, is also bringing with it challenges arising from the ingenious use of some technologies by malified actors, some in fact supported by state actors. In a network world, cybersecurity threats can also potentially exploit vulnerabilities in network architecture for inimical purposes, such as those in the offshore industries as well as in the shipping sector, and we have had plenty of examples in the recent past. Thus, a range of security threats are present across the Indian Ocean region too, threatening maritime security in different ways. This poses some strange challenges to us. Where does policing at sea end and security begin? And where does security end and defense begin? Does the system of legal empowerment of maritime security forces serve today's changed maritime security scenario? How are maritime laws such as UNCLOS, for example, to keep pace with a rapidly changing maritime security situation at sea? These are questions that require some answers pretty soon. Let me now move on to how this evolved maritime domain is impacted on the maritime security situation. Dependence on the need to ensure secure trade through the IOR region, coupled with the presence of a wide variety of non-traditional threats to maritime security, has resulted in a number of maritime security related developments in this region and beyond, which impacts us too. First is the increasing presence of extra-regional forces in the Indian Ocean region. Then, of course, because of their presence, there is a need for bases or ports to support such deployments that often lead to financial investments that have resulted in debt traps too. More often than not, such investments have also been with an aim of enhanced influence in the host countries. If we were to look at our own maritime security strategy, the first strategy published in India, Freedom to Use the Seas, India's maritime military strategy, was in 2007 by the Indian Navy. India was amongst the pioneering nations which published a maritime military strategy, if not a maritime security strategy. At the time, only the US had a maritime security strategy, which was published in 2005. In other words, I would think that we were fairly forward looking at that time. The 2007 strategy was revised in 2015 when the Indian Navy published Ensuring Secure Seas, Indian Maritime Security Strategy. Of course, the Indian Maritime Doctrine too had been published in 2008. Now, the revised strategy of 2015, as the forward of that strategy document brings out, was primarily for three reasons, as shown on the slide. The shift in worldview from Euro-Atlantic to an Indo-Pacific one, considerable change in Indo's security cum threat calculus, particularly post 2611, and national recognition of maritime security being a vital element of national progress and international engagement. So this revised strategy, in addition to focusing on the Indian Navy, also for the first time focused on coastal and offshore security through a dedicated chapter. As the maritime security construct has expanded, there is a need for a focused national maritime security in addition to wider naval strategy. Most strategies include most or some of the dimensions or objectives as shown on the slide. It includes, as I have shown, military, economic, human security, environmental, legal, operational, and governance dimensions. As the Navy's primary task is to deter conflict, and when deterrence fails, to win the war, the Navy's peacetime activities must cater to both preparing for war as well as to deal with maritime security related requirements in the maritime domain. This straddles capacity building, combat training, as well as shaping the battlefield through various means, such as developing a comprehensive MDA, as well as enhancing our influence. When it comes to various peacetime threats, since non-traditional threats to maritime security are transnational in nature, the response has to be multinational in character. Hence, the inescapable need for maritime security cooperation with countries within and way beyond our region. When it comes to developing a comprehensive MDA, we have witnessed an evolution that has progressively been effective. While pre-2611, the collation of MDA was limited to the picture collated by naval ships and aircraft and deployment. Post 2611, it became a multi-agency function, with the Navy collating information from various sources of actually various agencies at the IMAC and distributing it to the Naval and Coast Guard nodes across the country. This, in fact, evolved further to a multinational effort with White Shipping Exchange agreements and the launch of the IFC IOR in December 2018. The ongoing NMDA project will be yet another major step forward in this field. The next big step, and this slide I think was shown by Captain Mohanan as well, that has helped the Navy enhance its status as the first responder and net security provider, or you can call it the preferred security partner, across the region was the transition to the concept of mission-based deployments. With near continuous presence across critical areas of the IOR, the Indian Navy was not only reacting earliest to any developing situation in the region, but was also able to deter various threats, collate domain awareness, as well as undertake foreign cooperation initiatives. When it comes to maritime security cooperation, the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Sagar, or security and growth for all in the region, is now truly the maritime policy for the nation. This was a clear articulation that we all had to grow and prosper. Security was important, and that we were all in it together. There are a number of bilateral and multilateral initiatives that the country has taken insofar as maritime security cooperation is concerned. I've already mentioned as to how the concept of mission-based deployments and the launch of IFC IOR, currently with 14 international liaison officers, are two operational initiatives that promoted multilateral cooperation. In addition, both the Navy and the Coast Guard have been actively involved in numerous foreign cooperation initiatives, such as undertaking EZ patrols for some of our maritime neighbors who have inadequate capacities to surveil their large exclusive economic zones. Of course, coordinated patrols with our maritime neighbors with whom we share an international maritime boundary line, and various capacity building and capability enhancement measures, and so on. What has been even more important and productive in enhancing regional as well as India's maritime security has been our active participation in various multilateral structures for maritime security cooperation, as I've shown on the slide. It's a pretty complicated slide. It covers almost the entire region and actually way beyond too. Let me just highlight a few of them. The Indian Navy's initiative of IONS, or the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, established in 2008, has made great contribution to enhancing maritime security cooperation in IOR. The IORA, or the Indian Ocean Rim Association, has a working group on maritime security as well. The BIMSTEC organization, that includes all the littorals of Bay of Bengal, now has an experts group meeting on maritime security cooperation that has met thrice in the last 3 years. In fact, it's the NMSC who chairs these meetings. This EGM has taken forward 29 specific actionable agendas under 5 broad themes to enhance every aspect of maritime security in the Bay of Bengal. Next, if you were to talk about ASEAN, we have maintained a special relationship as we recognize the centrality of ASEAN in the Indo-Pacific, as well as ASEAN as the anchor for our Act East policy. While we are members of ASEAN Regional Forum, or ARF, the East Asia Summit, the ADMM Plus, and the expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum, or the EAMF, the Indian Navy also conducted the first ever ASEAN-India maritime exercise in 2023. This is in addition, of course, to a number of bilaterals with most ASEAN countries that we already have. While the Indian Navy has been deployed in the Gulf of Aden for anti-piracy patrols and also participating in Shared Awareness and Deconfliction, or SHADE, since October of 2008, we now have formally joined as a full member with the Bahrain-based Combined Maritime Forces. We also have a Coast Guard officer who's been there at the Information Sharing Center of the Regional Anti-Piracy Organization, or RECAP, with its ISC located at Singapore since 2007. There are a number of other such Colombo's initiatives, such as the Colombo Security Conclave, the Djibouti Code of Conduct, etc., in which we are all very, very active members. Okay, let me conclude. Maritime security scenario continues to evolve rapidly and is impacted heavily by changing geopolitical situation. I would also like to emphasize that sea power of a nation goes way beyond military power at sea alone. And a national maritime security strategy, therefore, also goes beyond the Navy. Look at the components, the multi-agency nature, and various lines of effort that go into ensuring comprehensive maritime security. The future will need even more comprehensive national approaches than before. Increasing Indian flag merchant vessels and mariners, enhancing our marine survey and research capacity, developing a deep sea fishing fleet, rationalizing maritime security responsibilities holistically to include offshore ports, SPMs, island security, etc., and ensuring proper and effective maritime governance are all inescapable part of the nation's maritime security strategy. And let me assure you, focused attention is being accorded to each of these. With that, I finished, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ashok. Our final speaker is Dr. Anit Mukherjee. He is a senior lecturer at the King's India Institute. He was also the associate professor at the S. Rajaratna School of International Studies at NTU Singapore. He's the alumnus of the National Defense Academy, served in the Indian Army and left as a major. He's also been the research fellow at the IDSA and has earned his PhD from Johns Hopkins University in the United States. Over to you, Anit.
Thank you so much, sir. Of afternoon, sir. Firstly, a couple of clarifications. As probably the last speaker after 2 very long days, I'm cognizant of the fact that you have heard a lot of concepts, number one. 2, as probably the only former army guy to speak at a naval conference, I'm completely out of my depth here. And I use that pun very, very carefully. So I should be careful with the ideas I speak. But first, Admiral of Lamba, Admiral Iyer, officers, cadets, ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge pleasure and an honor to be here. I wish I was there in person because I would have enjoyed that even more. I hope to do that at some point of time. But I've been asked to speak about the changing global order and its implications for India's strategy. I'll speak about this in three elements. First, I'll speak basically conceptually thinking about change. What is change in the global order? What is India's threats and opportunities? And the so what question, which I think we all ought to ask at the end of any talk. So firstly, to think about change. And before I start talking about change, I think it's important for me to take myself back to where I was in India in 1991. And I'm sorry, indulge me for a second. This was immediately after the first Iraq War. And I do take myself back. I was sitting in the auditorium. There were speakers coming up and talking about changes in the global order after the end of the first Iraq War. And this is the first American-Iraq War, where they were like, there's huge changes in the global order. A, I was uninterested. B, I was trying to sleep. C, I was trying to dodge the sergeant who were trying to look for me to ensure that I didn't get to sleep. But I also heard the speakers go on and on about changing global order. This was after the end of the Cold War. This was after the Americans had, in a very targeted operation, targeted the Iraqi army, and had actually shown a revolution in military affairs. I did not know then the importance of what the speaker was saying then, in part because I was more interested in sleeping, in part because I was just a young cadet and I did not understand what sort of challenges lay ahead of me. But that brings me to the first element of my talk, which is change is constant. That's the only thing. In life, in our own personal lives, in our professional lives, in politics, in history, change is inevitable. It's the only constant. And to think about this, I think it's useful exercise to think about this in 10 years' time. So think about the world in 1980. The Iranian Revolution, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Where was India then? Indira Gandhi came back to power after the end of emergency. We were dealing with significant challenges. The violence in Punjab had not started. It started in the early 1980s. That was the world there in 1980. What about 1990? The disintegration of the Soviet Union. A change in the Cold War paradigm that we saw after World War II. Significant shift, right? So that was 1990. India starts to open its economy up after facing significant economic challenges. In terms of India, we had the IPKF experiences. We had violence in Punjab. We are beginning to deal with violence in the Northeast and the Kashmir insurgency. Think about the world in 2000. After the Kargil War, this is a year before the September 11 attacks. That changed the world order significantly too. America got distracted with its wars in some ways in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the rise of China, which in some ways is the biggest geopolitical development of our times, which also creates both opportunities and challenges for India. Because for the first time in India's history, we have a superpower at our doorstep. During the Cold War, we were fortunate in some ways that both the superpowers were actually pretty far removed. And although there was conflict within our borders and outside, but we were relatively isolated from the Cold War struggles. But after the rise of China at our immediate periphery, this is the first time in our history that we have a superpower right at our doorstep. And we're dealing with the consequences of that, and I'll talk about that subsequently. Think about the world in 2010. We ourselves had to deal with the 2008 attacks. The US was distracted with wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. China continued to rise. As it has continued, and that's, again, there have been enough speakers who have spoken about that. And think of the world in the current times. There's war in Europe, which was in some ways unimaginable at the end of the Cold War, right? I mean, if you had spoken to the European diplomats at a certain time, there was a certain hubris or a certain attitude they had that as if Europe had solved the problems of war and peace, that this was a post kind of modern society. Unfortunately, strategy doesn't give us a holiday. There is no end to war and peace. That's unfortunate kind of history. That's what you have all joined the armed forces to serve for. So change is inevitable. Every generation feels it at the cusp of impossible or incredible events. So when I was in NDA, this was the first Iraq war. We did not know that. The second Iraq war, we did not know that there would be attacks in America that would shift global politics so significantly. We did not know that there would be a Kargil war that will challenge my generation. And for you who are in the audience, you have no idea of the sort of challenges and the asks that would be asked from you. Having said both of this time when we think about climate change, technology change, economics seems specially fraught. But which time is not specially fraught, right? When you think about the world again in sort of 10 years gaps, think about the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, every time seems specially fraught. With changes in artificial intelligence, machine learning, technological adaptation, you have your work cut out for you. Having said that, I also believe that this generation will also do its job as well as previous generations of Indians have done. So the only constant, so the basic point was the only constant that we'll have to deal with is geopolitical change. And so when we think about the world today, there is, again, I've spoken about this, other speakers have also spoken about this, there are divisions over the war in Ukraine, there is conflict between Israel and its neighbors, whether it's in Gaza, Lebanon, Iran. There is a challenge to the Western-centric world, and the dominance of the West has been apparent for the last 300-400 years. That is changing. That is bound to change. That is probably the biggest geopolitical development of your times too, which is that it's not that the West will go away. The West still has significant advantages and still significant assets to contribute. But the dominance of the West in terms of its ability to shape global politics would decrease as there is a rise of the West. And there's a term called the Global South. I personally don't like the term the Global South. It's just in kind of use today. But other countries, other regions are starting to rise, whether it's in South America, whether it's in Africa, Asia. And so the Western dominance that has been there since 1600, 1700 onwards is bound to wane. This is both an opportunity for India and a challenge too. What this also shows is an inadequacy of the United Nations, which was shaped after World War II, and where Indians, I think, have been advocating that by virtue of its size, by virtue of its capabilities, by virtue of its conduct, by virtue of its contribution, not just to the global order, but also to economics and to the diplomatic community, India should also get a seat at the high table. This will again, in some ways, I think it is also inevitable, but again, it will take a lot of diplomatic deals to get to that position. So what seems to be the biggest opportunities that we are facing? Firstly, there's been a shift from the Asia-Pacific to the Indo-Pacific. I'll go through this very, very quickly because other speakers have also kind of spoken about this. What was thought of as the Asia-Pacific has now expanded. But when we think about the vast geographic area, it's actually mind-boggling. And so it's better to think about it from 5 different sub-regions, which have its own dynamics, its own kind of characteristics. But it's East Asia, Southeast Asia, Pacific Islands, Bay of Bengal, and the Western Indian Ocean. Each of them has its own dynamics, its own players, its own challenges, and in perspective, we have to think about what we can get and obtain from engagement with each of these sub-regions. Here's where I would bring in an internet meme. The Indo-Pacific is emerging as possibly the biggest center of gravity in the future. And here's the kind of internet meme. There are more people staying inside that circle than outside of it. But that also shows the importance of the Global South and how this shift has consequences for India, both in terms of opportunities and challenges. Secret dynamics, I'll go through this very, very quickly because other speakers have also said about this. Firstly, there's changing views about the peaceful rise of China from about 2015 onwards. In the early 2000s, there was this entire discourse built up about China's peaceful rise and how that would accommodate itself. And that assumption has possibly gone away. And I think that assumption has gone away very clearly for India when we think about the 2020 clashes, and I'll speak about this afterwards too. India itself is placed in a precarious situation, troubled neighborhood. We have challenges in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Myanmar. And although our attitude is to keep friendly relations with all, while trying to starve off from the Chinese influence. At the end of it all, it is in India's interest to enhance economic and people-to-people ties. So where are we? Where are we in terms of threats, strategy for the Indian Armed Forces and for its maritime strategy? Firstly, India's most important priority is economic development. That, I think, is evident when we look at not our PPP, not our GDP, but our per capita GDP. And when we think about per capita GDP, when we think about the amount of, when we think about the data on things like maternal mortality, infant stunting, we all know that India has significant economic challenges. And although India has a demographic dividend, it will turn into a demographic disaster if you're not able to educate and take care of our people, where we have to make sure that the people who are coming up are used in the best way possible. So India's most important geopolitical aim for the foreseeable future is its own economic prosperity and its economic development. And its biggest challenge is not Pakistan, as we all know, but it's possibly China. Competition is not inevitable, competition is not even desirable, but it is still something that the Indian armed forces have to be prepared for, right? I mean, by virtue of the job, you have to prepare for worst case scenarios, and it hasn't helped that China's activities along the land border has presented a huge challenge to India. And its growing activities and capabilities, and others have also kind of spoken about its shipbuilding activities and its assertiveness elsewhere, poses a huge challenge to India. At the same point of time, India is well thought of in other parts of, whether it's Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa. It is well networked and not viewed as a threatening power. What does this mean? In terms of a longer term perspective, what kind of power is India? Well, firstly, it has a sense of exceptionalism. Like all countries do, all countries think they are exceptional. But if you see India's song, Sare Jahan Se Acha, Indians, I mean, in a way, think we are, and we have been, huge contributors to global civilization and order. So it has a sense of exceptionalism. It is anti-colonial in its origins. We have been shaped by the experience, so we are cognizant of that. And it wants to seek autonomy in the international system. Autonomy is not for the sake of autonomy, but for its sense of itself being a great power. What this means is, unless there is an unforeseen disaster, India thinks of itself as a pole in the international system, as a pole in a multipolar world order, as an equally great power as all the other great powers. That's India's sense of where it wants to go. As a bridging power, as a power that wants to bring the world together, at the same point of time, as a power that would not follow anyone, but would create its own path. And that's the sort of power that India is aspiring to be. Having said that, among the biggest challenges that this audience would have to care for is India's China problem, which was sort of evident to us after the clashes in 2020, where when we were distracted with the COVID pandemic, we had this as yet unexplained instance of Chinese incursion in Ladakh. We still don't know why China did what it did. We have competing theories about it, but we still don't know why those clashes took place. What that meant, however, and here's where I think about a positive spin to a crisis, what that meant, and here's where we go back to historical instances. In some ways, for a democracy, we need a crisis to bring about change. As a former scholar of crises, I used to think about how there was a demand in India in the 80s to bring about changes in national security structures. This came about after IPKF, this came about after other such adventures. But it took the Kargil war for us to actually initiate some sort of changes. And so in some ways, it's good for a crisis in a democracy. Because what crises do is force bureaucracies to shift, which otherwise they would not shift, they would not change otherwise. And so there has been a rebalancing of forces from the West towards the North. That rebalancing would not have occurred without the 2020 clashes. That attitudinal shift about China in India would not have occurred without the 2020 crisis. So in some ways, I think it's good that the 2020 crisis happened because it forced attention, it forced the Indian armed forces and diplomats to wake up to this real life challenge on our border. And in some ways, this has engineered the biggest attitudinal shift that I have seen within the Indian armed forces. A shift away from its obsession with Pakistan to a shift to saying that, look, we have a bigger problem on our north. And although, again, we do not desire conflict, we don't think it is that a war is inevitable, but as professionals, we all or you all have to be prepared to fight for it or to plan for it. Again, we also have continuing instability in Pakistan and Afghanistan. At the same point of time, and this is a good problem to have, we have a significant focus on organizational reforms. As I'm sure all of you know, there has been this talk about joint theater commands. We've created a chief of defense staff, a DMA post 2019. This is the biggest transformation happening within the Indian Armed Forces post independence. And that's why I think this will shape all of you who are incoming officers, but this will also shape current officers. This is, in some way, this is fulfilling the vision of previous generation of reformists. Because this idea to create joint theater command, to create a chief of defense staff, has been there since the 1950s and 60s. And so to actually be in the organization while you live out this is in some ways a fabulous time. This is the best of times. In some ways, it's also the worst of times because there will be organizational winners and organizational losers. As we all know, within 3 services, there are different theater commands, there are different visions of theater commands. And organizations inherently, especially in the armed forces, because they're conservative, they do not want to give up posts, there's a fair degree of jockeying going on. Having said that, this transformation that we are seeing right now, if properly carried out, will have an ability to not only enhance jointness, but to bring about significant shifts in how we operate together. Having spoken about jointness, I think it's also important to keep in mind, jointness does not mean standardization. There are certain assets that each of the services have. There are certain attributes that each of the services have. We should not lose those service strengths. You'll find that an army officer cannot do what a naval officer can do. A naval officer at times cannot do what an army officer does. Same with the Air Force. There are certain strengths and attributes and specializations that are there across all 3 services, and we should not, in this push towards jointness, make it all standard. We should not push towards standardization. So for instance, to give another example, I think it's fine to continue with a naval war college and an army war college and an air war college. We should not bash them all and combine them into a war college because they're different. Again, I'd say this push towards jointness should not lead towards a standardization. We need to preserve the service strengths and attributes because there are different theaters, there are different characteristics, and I think that we should be cognizant of that. I've spoken a lot about this, so I'm going to very quickly skip over the slide. It ended the debate about China's rise. I think the important aspect here to look at is that the military, especially after 2020, is more willing to look for external partners. And here's where I think it's important for India to think very clearly about what is it that we want to look from our external engagements and external partners. And here's where I'm not advocating for being a treaty ally or a camp follower, but I think we should deal with it with hard-nosed realism. Where do our interests ally? Who are the countries whose interests most closely ally with India? And I think here's where if we were to do a dispassionate stock taking, while there will never be a convergence of interest, there are countries will will always have their own interests, but there could be a congruence of interest. And here's where I think India has huge congruence of interest with the United States. And I think what we have seen in the last 2 decades is a significant shift in US-India relations. And I think that's among the things that I think we need to we need to be cognizant of that and see that. And because US and India has transformed its relationship, other countries are also thinking about India differently. Because if you think about India's changed partnership with Australia, with Singapore, with Japan, with UK, with France, it's primarily driven by the fact that the US has changed the way it thinks about India. And here's where I think, and I'll speak about this at the so what element, about where do we go from here. I've already spoken about the rebalancing of forces and about the transformation efforts. When we talk about the maritime strategy, others on the panel who are much more qualified than me have spoken about it. There's an economic justification for it, which is economic progress. There's internal balancing going on, which is platform acquisition, capabilities, technological change, infrastructure development, which is the island development and other such initiatives. There's also external balancing, partnering with like-minded partners. Partnering with like-minded partners is really bad English. I apologize for that. But also it means that India has started to think differently about how we can work together with our partners. The so what, right? What does all this amount to? Firstly, what current institution needs to prepare for is there will be continued kind of resource constraints, geopolitical churn, and technological change. What does this mean? And here's where I would urge the current generation of officers to think anew about what is it that we need to change within our own armed forces to deal with all these three things. And here's where I think among the things we need to think a little bit differently about is this idea of specialization. And I know that in the Navy, there's more emphasis on specialization, but I think we need to think really differently about, do we need to have a, let's say, just to give an example, a special corps of defense attaches. Other countries have it. There is some advantage to our officers serving as defense attaches. But do we need to think about different corps of defense attaches? Or some mix of sending our careerist officers as defense attaches and mix it up with something called the foreign area officer concept, because that will help or kind of allow us to utilize our officers better. Do we need to think about a corps of officers for cyber, for AI? Do we need to think differently? Do we need to change our training, especially in India? Do we still need to have such a huge emphasis on drill? Or how do we tap into the expertise that is out there within India on AI and cyber? Other countries are thinking imaginatively about it. We also need to think about that. So that's something that the current institutions will have to think about. Secondly, so what? What do future professionals need to know? And here's where I take myself back to being a cadet at NDA and trying to think about the world then. And as a cadet, to try and run away from the mindlessness of the academy, which was yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir. The only way I tried to escape it was by reading. And I gained a lot from the India Library. I did not read kind of nonfiction. I'll put my cards on the table. I was not really interested in nonfiction, but I read fiction like crazy. And here's where I would urge current generation that the only way to prepare with future changes, the only way to prepare for the future is to read. Is to read anything that you're interested in. Any subject, any topic, politics, economics, society, international relations, fiction. Just read like crazy, because reading will give you the tools to prepare for the future. Reading will give you the intellectual agility. In my own experience as a scholar who has done work for the last 20 years, I have interviewed more than 300 former defense ministers, prime ministers, service chiefs, defense secretaries. And the one facet that really stood out for me with any of these interviews, and I learned a lot from these interviews because all of them were educative to me. They were all patriotic people who served the nation and pushed the country forward. But the one thing that really stood out for me in terms of that encounter with a one-on-one encounter, and this is like thousands of hours of interviews, was I could immediately tell that the person who read had a deeper understanding of whatever they were talking about. And I'm sorry, WhatsApp forward do not constitute as reading. So my only suggestion, which I would forcefully articulate for, and I know that the Navy has a scheme where its officers have to do book reviews. But if there is one thing that senior officers must reinforce early on, especially in the day of smartphones, because smartphones is possibly kind of creating its own problems, is that reading is the only tool that you need to do to prepare for changes in the future world order. I'd ended at that. Thank you so much. This is my email. If there are things that you think I've got it wrong, please do email me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mukherjee. We have done well as far as time is concerned, in despite of starting almost 10 minutes late. We have enough time for question and answers, and I now open the house for Q&A. Please identify yourself and keep your questions crisp, and please post it to one of the four panelists.
Jain sir, I'm DCC Prakharji Kumar, and my question to Vice Admiral G. Ashok Kumar is, sir, with the technological advancement and technological development that has been come up recently, and with our adversary like Pakistan having a better technology like the alpha band radar that Pakistan has and India does not, and with the AI and cyber threats which are coming in, and we are still rudiment to our preliminary techniques and preliminary things that we use which can easily be manipulated. How do we intend to counter that kind of a threat?
Okay, thank you. I think firstly, the entire question may not be correct. In the sense that it is not that there is somebody out there who is technologically far superior just because he's got an alpha band radar. It's a question of just dealing with what the adversary has and whether we have the electronic warfare ability, to counter these, and what kind of measures do we take. So you don't need to be worried about that. There are enough measures that the naval headquarters does. Firstly, I think it is directed to the wrong person. You have asked the serving naval officer. But having been in the Navy for 40 years, I can tell you this much, that there is considerable amount of things that the Navy is doing in so far as technological advancements is concerned. In fact, some of the initiatives that were taken was to launch a naval innovation and indigenization organization, which is having its Swavlamban meet, I'm aware, on the 29th and 30th, I think, or 28th, 29th, 2 days, which is an annual event. That not only ended up the Navy signing MOUs with a number of industry partners, but also with SIDM, which is again an industry entity, and also with universities. There were a number of measures which were taken, which are called the InStep program or the Indian Naval Students Technical Engagement Program, all of which address modern technologies and how they can be inducted into the Navy and used effectively. So, in so far as technological leapfrogging is concerned, there is considerable amount of activity that is happening within the Navy with its partners in country.
Thanks, Ashok.
Thank you, sir.
Next question, please. I know it's been a long day and lunch is approaching with hungry minds there. Either the panelists have confused the whole lot of you, or it's just gone, or clarified all your doubts. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So, good morning, sir. My question would be for Dr. Mukherjee. First of all, I found your topic very, very interesting. And also, what I wanted to know is, so you suggested that about the core, that so basically we don't have to separate military and core delegates, delegates to other countries, about friendly countries and everything. I'm sorry, I'm not being able to express myself very good. But basically what I want to know is, what would be your suggestion that instead of having a different core of party being delegated to other countries, what would you suggest instead?
Thank you so much. That's a really good question. And thank you for asking me that. Firstly, I have to be really cognizant of the fact that while you asked me that question, I'm on the panel with Admiral Ashok Kumar, who was the DA to Singapore. The idea I had, and I think he's gained a lot from that. So the idea I had was, what we have now in India is we send best and the brightest officers as defense attaches. It's thought of as a prize posting. It's thought of as a privileged posting, which I think is good, which I think is something that we need not discard. At the same point of time, I think there's certain disadvantages of that too, which is, although these are good officers, these are good postings for the officers concerned, but these officers go there and they spend 2 or 3 years there. They build up their networks, they build up their understanding of the region. When they come back to India, they are not necessarily used, or that expertise is not necessarily tapped into. So, for instance, an officer could have served as a defense attaché in US for 3 years, and when he hopefully at some point of time it will be a she, when he comes back to India, he need not be consulted when there's US-India discussions. And so what I think is a better utilization of this is some form of a cadre of what the US has is a foreign area officer cadre, which is you send the officer to do staff college there to understand. And what this means is you will actually build up area expertise. So it's very hard for a defense attaché to come to a country like, let's say, Turkey, to give an example, or to come to a country like, let's say, Indonesia, and suddenly start operating without knowing the history, without knowing the people, without knowing the officers. On the other hand, it makes more sense for this officer to go to do staff college in the country, to do NDC equivalent in the country, to do higher education, so that they get to know the officers, they'll be more effective in their job. So I think it suits the interests of most countries to have some combination. I'm not saying discard careerist officers as defense attaches altogether. But we definitely need to do 2 things. One is we need to grow the number of defense attaché posts that India has. I think when we look at the number of defense attaché posts as considered to its size, it's really lacking. To give just some numbers, India has about 70 attachés. China has 140. Pakistan has more. So do the US. For some reason, so we need to grow the number of defense attaches. 2, I think countries need to think imaginatively and creatively about its defense attaché posts. Because it's not just about those 2 or 3 years in that particular country, but also to build up the networks, the expertise, the area expertise, so that you can be the go-to points person on that particular country. So for instance, if you have spent time in India, then, and I think other countries do that, which is they send their officers for NDC course training or defense services staff college. So I think that's the best way to think about defense diplomacy, and not just as a prize posting for careerist well-to-do officers.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other question? Okay, if there are no more questions, I will conclude the session. At the outset, I'd like to thank our four panelists for giving interesting insights. Okay, go ahead, ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Pulkit Yadav. I'm posted here as a divisional officer. So, sir, this is not a question to say. It is just to know your remarks, sir. Since it is a concluding session and the second day of the seminar, and the theme of seminar is Dilli Series Sea Power Seminar. So, I'd like to know your view, sir. My question is to Admiral Lamba. Why do we need sea power? Is there a need for sea power? And this question I ask on behalf of me and all my dear cadets because I know them. But after 2 days of all these lectures, there should be a concluding remark. So they should know why it is required, briefly. Like we take a case of Israel. They do not have a such powerful navy. And their air defense system, Iron Dome, that helped them for the missile against Iran. And considering the fact that our coastline is so big, which is a positive factor for in our part, but also to defend such a coastline so big, we need more resources, more ship to surveillance. Like yesterday, sir, if you would have seen, sir, there was a lecture and it was told that European came to India for masala, malmal and masiya. Now is not the case. Now no one is coming for masala. Malmal already we are sending, and Masiha also, sir, by online, everything is being advertised. Our adversaries, sir, are Pakistan and China. Can we not go to alternative like satellite surveillance to them? Do we need ships, more ships for the sea power, or use of UAV or unarmed surface vehicle? Do we need a navy like US or China? Cannot we suffice our navy like Israel or Japan? So I would like to know your views on this part, sir, so that cadets will understand what is the meaning of this seminar, why sea power is important. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other question from anybody else? Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank our four panelists for the interesting presentations on the two subjects which we examined today was cooperation, collaboration, coercion, tenets of sea power and India's maritime strategy in the changing global order. They all made interesting points. I am not going to surmise and say who said what. I find it rather odd that a person wearing white uniform is asking me a question of why we need sea power. But so be it. We, like what Admiral Ashok Kumar said, that we are an island nation. Okay. The prosperity of India is linked to the ocean. If you go back in history, there was historical aspects of sea power covered in the sessions yesterday, but we tend to forget that we were a maritime nation. More often is what is written about is the Silk Route, but there was a maritime route and Indian seafarers right from the time of the Indus Valley civilization sailed the Arabian Seas following the monsoon winds. They sailed to Egypt carrying goods with the southwest monsoons, spent time in Egypt and came back with the northeast monsoons. Okay. So the prosperity of India is linked to the ocean. And in today's time, we are more dependent on the ocean than ever in the past. We are an energy deficient nation, and a large segment of our energy, whether it is petroleum products, whether it's quality coal, whether it's gas, comes by the ocean. So the economic development of India is dependent on its energy needs on the ocean. It's an interconnected world where you need to trade for your economy to grow. That is again a very large segment takes place through the ocean. And to protect all this and for the well-being of the coast and the national maritime interest, you need sea power. And sea power is not just limited to the Indian Navy or the Navy. Sea power is, I'm talking of holistic sea power. Not only you need the Navy, you need a merchant marine, you need a shipbuilding industry, you need coastal infrastructure in the form of ports to handle all your imports and exports. So when you're looking at a holistic sea power, you need all this for the well-being of India and for India to grow. Okay, we are the largest country Indian Ocean region. We are the largest resident navy in the Indian Ocean region by far, by miles. Okay, we are among the 5 large navies in the world. Okay, and as India's stature is growing, we need to play a much more larger role in global affairs, especially in the Indo-Pacific. And for that, we need holistic national power with a large segment of it being sea power. And an important segment of that is the Indian Navy. To the midshipmen and the cadets in the audience, you are entering the Navy in a very interesting phase. It's a very different Navy than what all the old fogies out here, Admiral Anup Singh and all, entered the Navy in. It was a very small Navy. Today, we have over 140 ships and growing. It's a technologically advanced with cutting-edge technology in our platforms. It's a Navy which is playing a very important role in the Indo-Pacific. And as our country's stature has grown, we are required to provide maritime security in the larger Indo-Pacific. There is no question of India not stepping up and playing its due role if you want to be counted amongst the community of nations and be one of the poles. With a population of 1.4 billion and a growing economy, soon to be the third or the second largest economy in the world in the near future and maybe in the next 25, 30 years, it's going to be based on the back of sea power. The cooperation, collaboration, interaction which has taken place has grown leaps and bounds in the last 2 decades. When you look at Malabar exercise, which is taking place at the moment, the first Malabar exercise took place in 1993, and I participated in it, and it contained 2 ships. One Rajput class from our side, and there was a destroyer from the United States Navy. And we exercised for 3-4 days off the coast of west coast of Goa, and that's it. When you look at Malabar today, it's a multilateral exercise of 4 nations with multiple platforms in the form of submarines, aircraft, multidimensional with interoperability. One thing all of you need to realize is it's very easy for the navies across the world to collaborate, cooperate, and operate together. There are only so many ways. In fact, there is only one way you can run a ship. The medium of operation is common. The challenges of the sea are common. So when 2 seafarers from different parts of the world meet, you know exactly what is to be done. You're looking at gunnery, anti-submarine warfare, or anti-air. There are common procedures and processes, so it's very easy for navies to interact. And over the past 2 decades, our interaction, collaborations have grown by leaps and bounds. Earlier, we only did bilateral single service exercises. Now we have shifted to multilateral exercises. And the last Milan, which took place off the East Coast, had over 41 nations participating in it. And there were platforms, ships from over 16 countries in the multilateral exercises. So now we shifted to multilateral exercises and multilateral tri-services exercises. So there is no doubt in my mind that sea power is essential for the well-being of India and its citizens. And I'll urge all of you who wear the white uniform never to have this doubt. Without sea power, India is going to be zero, without a doubt. And if you want to be counted amongst the nation, it is be on the back. If you look back in history, all nations who were global powers were on the back of maritime power, whether it was the Dutch, the French, the Brits, United States, or Japan in the early 20th century. They're all back. If you have to be counted, it has to be back on the sea power. I will stop here, and I'd like to thank Commandant Admiral Nair for giving the five of us this opportunity to interact with all of you. And I wish the Indian Naval Academy all the very best for it to grow from strength to strength. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you for the ensuing talk, sir. I'm sure the audience agrees with me that the two-day seminar was certainly a wonderful, enriching ride, culminating with a befitting finale to the events of the past 2 days. And we are richer in knowledge and exposure for it. I would like to thank the chairperson and the speakers for intellectually invigorating sessions and discussions. Now, may I request Rear Admiral G. Ram Babu, Principal, Indian Naval Academy, to come upon the stage to deliver the closing address and vote of thanks.
Admiral Sunil Lamba, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, chairpersons of today's sessions, Vice Admiral Praveen Nair, Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, Vice Admiral G. Ashok Kumar, Rear Admiral Sudarshan Srikande, Rear Admiral Prakash Gopalan, Deputy Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, distinguished speakers, flag officers, commanding officers, officers, PCOs, midshipmen and cadets of Indian Naval Academy, ladies and gentlemen. The Dilli Series Sea Power Seminar has completed a decade since its inception in 2014 and has become an integral part of the training curriculum that we follow at Indian Naval Academy. Over the course of time, the seminar has undergone major changes, both in its scope and reach. In 2018, the annual Dilli Seminar was rechristened as Dilli Series Sea Power Seminar under the overarching theme of Significance of Sea Power to provide adequate exposure to the cadets on the significance of sea power for a nation. Since 2020, with the disruption caused by COVID-19 and subsequent travel restrictions, the seminar was conducted in webinar mode. This year, after a gap of 4 years, we have hosted the first day of the seminar in physical mode at Indian Naval Academy yesterday. The decision to conduct the seminar in physical mode on day 1 and online mode on day 2 had its own share of challenges. Dear trainees, When you pass out from the portals of this prestigious academy, you will be poised to undertake multifarious and daunting responsibilities in your career as a naval officer. You will be responsible for safeguarding the maritime integrity of India, secure India's maritime interests, and win future wars at sea for India, and will represent Indian Defence Services in diplomatic missions abroad, besides other responsibilities entrusted upon you. It is therefore imperative to give you a holistic and comprehensive understanding of the global maritime environment and the sphere of naval operations. Considering the need of our topic for this year's seminar has been chosen as harnessing sea power for a national security, which had an amalgamation of history, maritime strategy, geoeconomics, and emerging maritime security components. For the last 7 decades, the Indian Navy has been the cornerstone of India's maritime security, prosperity, and integrity. If we are to continue to meet our obligation to secure the maritime integrity of our nation in the Indian Ocean region and beyond, then we must adapt ourselves to the emerging security environment. Therefore, we should focus on taking the lead, have the wisdom to learn from the past, foresight to strategize our naval forces to the extreme volatility in the emerging global security arena, and the will to deny the same to our adversaries. Therefore, the seminar was intended to build a space in which we could think about how to make the most of the maritime force to act as a deterrent force and also an instrument of power projection to advance and safeguard countries' national interest. A retrospective analysis of European maritime conquest and certain modern-day manifestations across the globe, such as BRI by China, will shed light on the significance of sea power for national security and development. The distinguished speakers have gone in detail to cover all the 4 aspects: history, strategy, geoeconomics, and emerging global security environment, to indicate how the Indian Navy can capitalize its geographical locational advantage in the Indian Ocean region and leverage its naval might to become a maritime superpower. We were indeed fortunate to have Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, Chief of the Naval Staff, to deliver the keynote address yesterday for the commencement of the seminar. I am sure that the CNS's unparalleled wisdom in maritime strategic thinking has contributed immensely towards the successful commencement. I would like on this occasion to thank Chief of the Naval Staff for making the 11th edition of Dilli Series Sea Power Seminar a fascinating journey by sharing his valuable insights on the role of sea power through the ages and across the regions. Further, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Admiral Arun Prakash, Admiral Sunil Lamba, Admiral Karambir Singh, and Vice Admiral Anup Singh for immaculate moderation of 4 sessions yesterday and today. In fact, the discussions we had at the end of each session were intellectually refreshing, and all the credit goes to our esteemed moderators. We are privileged, sir, to have you moderating all the 4 sessions under one roof. You have shared valuable information from your experience and expertise. All the distinguished speakers engaged us with their valuable ideas and knowledge. This time we were delighted to have a combination of service officers and external academia to present papers at the Dilli Series Sea Power Seminar. All the papers presented were of very high quality in terms of research and content, and showcased a wider spectrum that the maritime force could play in shaping the destiny of nations. Commodore Srikanth Keshnur and Commodore Johnson Vadakkal spoke on the topic Understanding Sea Power through Prism of History. It was interesting to note the factors that catalyzed almost complete eclipse of indigenous maritime forces and simultaneous emergence of European maritime power in the Indian Ocean region and the colonization of subcontinent for centuries. It must strike us that the Indian king's overt reliance on continental dimension of security and nearly complete neglect of maritime security or maritime blindness had been one of the primary reasons for subcontinent's centuries-long military subjugation. We had Admiral Monty Khanna, Commodore Jaideep Maulankar, and Commodore Sushant as panel speakers on the topic Military Applications of SEPA. The speakers dwelled upon how the 21st century technological advancements in electromagnetic spectrum and cyberspace pave the way for comprehensive surveillance network that can swiftly detect and respond to potential security threats, thereby ensuring the safety of maritime operations. We have seen how the technological innovations and their effective integration enhanced efforts in combating maritime threats originating from both state and non-state actors. Therefore, we must capitalize and integrate advanced technologies in maritime domain such as stealth technology, PGMs, advanced sensors, intelligent systems, artificial intelligence and machine learning, data mining, big data analytics, and automation to stay ahead of the curve and also to stay relevant in maritime domain. Our own Midshipmen Syndicate gave a comprehensive presentation on the role of technology in winning World War II. And I earnestly believe that you all will work hard to further your technological understanding provided at the Academy to contribute towards Indian Navy's quest for technological advancement and modernization. We had Admiral Sudarshan Srikhande and Sri Nitin Pai speaking on a more recent and pressing topic, impact of SEPA on geoeconomics, analyzing India's economic development and China's BRI, leveraging SEPA for geoeconomic gains. BRI is arguably the most sophisticated Chinese policy to bring about Sino-centric world system that has been solidly laid in Chinese strategic thinking for quite a long. We are to devise in our own best interest to counter strategies to contain China in its current sphere of influence and stop the dragon before it spits its fire against us. We had traversed a voyage of 2 days where we learned about how cooperation, collaboration, and coercion are being employed by multiple maritime superpowers to project their military power and to safeguard their national interests globally. Dear cadets, today we are at the critical juncture of an evolving global order. Significant developments are happening in the East Mediterranean, Europe, and West Asia. As the guardians of India's maritime boundary, we must be prepared to stifle any encroachment on our waters as an act of aggression and deal them decisively. As budding naval officers, you will be tasked to build on that work to ensure freedom of navigation in our waters and employ tactfully cooperation, collaboration, and coercion, and probably fourth one, compellence, as per Dr. Vijay, tenets of SEPA to advance our national interest wherever and whenever it is deemed necessary. As this seminar is nearing the end, I am confident that the cadets and participants have greatly enriched themselves from the wealth of knowledge that our esteemed moderators and speakers have shared here. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished moderators, speakers, and audience for making the seminar a grand success. A special thanks to all those who took time and effort to submit papers for the seminar proceedings. A special mention to INA Jamurin, INHS Navajivani, and Administrative Wing of Naval Academy for their outstanding administrative support, which played a crucial role in the event's success. I would like to put on note a special appreciation to the seminar coordinating team at Naval Academy, led by Head of the Faculty of Basic Sciences and Humanities, along with his team of young officers. Well done, team BSH. Your commitment to excellence, hard work, and team spirit has led to the impressive and successful culmination of Dilli Series Seminar 2024. Before I conclude, I would like to thank once again all the participants, audience, and stakeholders for making the seminar a grand success. We will see you in the next edition of seminar in October 2025. Thank you all. Shano Varana, Jai Hind.